guys. Sorry, I was late. I just logged into Pokemon Go, and I got a shiny Plusle, but I didn't even notice it was shiny, so that was nice. Thank God they added the little thing that tells you that they're shiny, or I would have ran away from it. Alright. Good morning! Yes, haven't been able to say that one in a long time. Ha ha ha!
That's mine.
Alright. Alright, let's get this party started. Let me undeafen. Alright. Let's get this party started. I don't know. Oh, we are doing the trial. Okay. Good morning. Oh, are you by yourself? Yes. Who would I be with? Yeah, we found Pearls, but not Maya. Morning, Pearls. Mr. Nick, please tell me what's going to happen to Mystic Maya. I'm just a friend. How are you doing today? I'm sorry. We don't know yet. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed in the inner temple. Oh, I see. So is Sister Iris just gonna be lurking today? Enjoy the stream. Alright. Thank you so much. Yeah, Matt's not coming because he's sick. I told him no. Just because he comes over when he's sick doesn't mean that he should come over when Aiden's sick.
I've never come over when I'm sick.
I never come over when I'm sick.
Listen here.
Bullshit.
I don't.
Alright, okay.
Don't put things in Aiden's head because
So
then
is
he's not
Sister
gonna let me
Iris
to
still
come
trying to
ever.
remove the trick locks in the training hall? No, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court. Then how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby? I have to admit it's kind of strange. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Chadworth, what have you done? Edgeworth,
I gotta
what's
duck him
Iris
for a
doing
second.
over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. Oh, wait, what? The prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession, or so I heard. Franziska, what are you up to? I know what you're thinking, but Franziska isn't going to be the prosecutor today. What? Then who is it? Who else would it be but Amiya? Hi, Achilles.
Hi, Achilles.
I see you really like Edgeworth, huh? Amiya!
A gay man.
As I like to call home a gay man. Yeah, you like to call him a gay man, gotcha. Franziska is engaged with some important work at the Sacred Cavern. The Sacred Cavern? You don't mean that she's... Exactly. She has been out there all night trying to remove those trick locks. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. Look at his smirk.
Yeah.
Not in the picture. Yes, Edgeworth. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. Smirk. Look at his smirk! I hope everything continues to go smoothly and we receive some good news soon. Yeah, thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor Emiya intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. Touché! I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you've passed your cold on to someone else, literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands. Partner? Partner. Thanks. Thanks. I still don't have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. Circumstances around the murder of Miss Eliza Dunham. No, I mean Misty Faye. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. and what that woman is really after. I think we all know what she's after. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. Do we got the Canadian judge? I hope we have the Canadian judge. Aw, we have the normal one. Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple. Your Honor, what are you... Who, me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he had developed a scorching fever and fainted. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers. No, that does not explain a lot. One of them's blonde and Canadian. My poor brother, he looked a bit pale. Not to mention, sad that he couldn't be here.
Where did the mug come from? What the fuck?
It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. And we, of course, we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing judgment. I've got an audience today. Oh, okay. Well said, Mr. Emiya. I understood exactly what you said, at least up until the end anyways. Now then, Mr. Emiya, please proceed with your opening statement. Humans are fragile, fickle creatures. No, it's Fraggle. Hi, Owl.
Hi, Owl.
Yeah, I know I'm early. I want to get this case done as soon as possible so I can binge the second season afterwards. I'm excited. Humans are fragile, fickle creatures. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There's only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. Coffee. Alright, I was close. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. Why is he being so edgy? Because he's Emiya with a mask. So then, you mean, forget it. What do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she has a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make. Confession! Was Emiya edgy, though? Oh, of course.
He is.
Like,
This Emiya has a beard for that.
yeah. And coffee.
Coffee.
He's like...
No, Emiya's a tea man.
Yeah. It's like if Emiya and Sojiro combined. I only seen 2 episodes of season 2. I want to watch it. Confession, the defendant. Bro, I love my little edgelords. No, Fate. Oh, okay. Well, Fate is really good. You should watch more of it. Iris, why didn't she discuss this with me first? She hates you. Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. My name is Iris. I am but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple. Witness, is there something you want to confess to? Yes, but first I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore. It's alright. What is it? Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident. I know, I've been bitten by the ace bug. It's all your fault. Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Eliza Dunham? No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Eliza and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard where I desecrated it. What? How could you?
The jury.
Yeah, the jury. Actually, not really jury, just audience.
No jury.
No jury. Order in the court. Witness, are you... Thank you for talking to me, by the way. I couldn't sleep. Hey, no problem, Owl. Anytime you want to talk. It'll be late for me, but not as late for you, so I shouldn't be, like, as tired, as long as you're not messaging me while it's 3 a.m. for me. But like anytime you need to talk, just let me know. Are you saying you were an accomplice to the murder? Yes, that's correct. What? Star, yes. Gold, yes. How you doing today, buddy? 3 minutes in a court and I'm already covered in a cold sweat. Hi, buddy.
What the fuck? I can't with the mold. Why does it keep sliding? There's nothing sliding in.
Ha! Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. It just happens to be that in this case, it's to murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite? Grr, that Emiya. So this is the confession they were I don't know. Best wife of case 4. Ha ha ha. No. No, best wife is and will always be Maya. Oh, you just saw my DM now? Okay. Wait, which DM are we referring to? I've had a lot of DMs. There we go. I'm hyped for tomorrow. It's the best day of the year, March 1st. Pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie. You just crumpled it up and shoved it into a pocket. Oh, the edited video. Okay. Oh, it's Pancake Day. Is it really Shrove Tuesday tomorrow?
Yeah,
Huh. Are we having pancakes tomorrow?
probably. Obviously.
I think we should have pancakes tomorrow.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I don't know if I'm good enough to eat it.
Yeah, we have Shrove Tuesday here in Canada land. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Yes. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions? Iris was covering for someone. Nah, I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle or a life jacket. Were you talking about regular old pancakes or like is it Akechi's birthday? No, Shrove Tuesday is a religious holiday. We don't celebrate Catholicism, but we do like pancakes. Yes. I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Kurain tradition. I've been saying it wrong this whole time, and I now realize that, Gold. You were right. One of our missions is to protect the main family. I'm sorry, but main family? Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself, if need be, to protect her. The daughter of the master of the Kurain channeling technique. Mystic Maya Fey!
No way.
Canada gets better and better, it seems. Huh?
Did I miss the slide?
No, he was already holding it. My favorite is when he is like when it gets quiet and he like picks up his mug and he drinks and then he just goes It's so funny. Wake up and smell the coffee, Trite. She's naming Maya! I have something to ask you about Canada. Alright, what are you asking me about Canada? Order in the court. So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer? I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. Liar!
Nah, I don't believe that shit, Iris. You a lying hoe.
And then I cleaned up the area to try and protect her. That's ridiculous! Maya could never do such a... I saw a picture. Why the fuck do packaged peanut butter in a tray? What?
What?
We have peanut butter in jars, like
Yeah.
plastic jars, not trays. The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Shut up! Now let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime? Yes, Your Honor. I thought I was prepared for the unexpected, but I never imagined the case would wind up going this direction. My favorite part is in the anime when they try to incorporate the sprite animations as best they can, like Franziska holding up her whip. It's so cool. It's so good. Saw a picture of peanut butter in a tray, and it says it's a... Wow, that's a really weird spelling of Canadian. Canadianm. The real murderer. I went to the inner temple that night, and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Eliza strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Eliza moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it. So it was in self-defense? Yes, Mystic Eliza was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya. You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be a suspect? Isn't that right? Not bad. You got the instincts of a true criminal. Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night, and that the person who did go was that woman. Iris even admitted it. Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. Oh, I will. Oh, I forgot. I need to get my my handy-dandy walkthrough open. Give me 1 second. Part 4-1 trial. Yeah, this is where we're at. Okay. Getting my handy-dandy walkthrough open so that we don't spend too long on any given thing. Hold it! Sister Iris, your testimony has changed quite a bit since yesterday. You stated yesterday that on the night of the murder, you didn't go to the inner temple. She lied, obviously. Did she now? Too bad for you. What she said yesterday doesn't mean too much. By the way, where were you when she claimed that she didn't go? It was in the inner temple's training hall. A private conversation between the two of you does not constitute testimony. That would be properly described as hearsay. I got the country wrong. It's Trinidad that puts peanut butter in trays. Okay. What do you have to say, witness? I just couldn't tell him the truth at that time. Mystic Maya, she's your girlfriend, isn't she?
They always insinuate that.
Yeah, Star, I'm gonna go back to work. Catch you in a bit. Alright, catch you later, Gold. Have fun at work. I'm gonna gush for a second. She should be. See, Owl knows what's up. Oh, he doesn't deny it!
Oh,
He doesn't deny it!
Phoenix.
I didn't want to be the one to break it to you that I saw her commit murder. There, we all understand how difficult this is for you. Yes, we are, Owl. We really are. Now then, let's continue with the testimony. What did you witness in the temple garden? Well, Your Honor. You're saying that the victim attacked Maya? I mean Miss Faye? Referring to her by her first name? So, what, so Maya's being accused of being a killer now? Yes, she is. For the 3rd time. Yes, it was a truly frightening scene. Mystic Maya was struck hard on the head and it looked like she was going to collapse.
Oh no, Maya collapsed.
Oh no, Maya collapsed. What were you doing there at the time? Don't change a winning recipe after all. Yep. I'm thinking this the other day. We're almost like the same person most of the time. Yeah, this is true. Why didn't you stop them from fighting? I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I was frightened. I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. I was in such shock. That's perfectly understandable, my dear. This doesn't sound right. I don't believe this testimony for a minute. What happened after that? Hold it! She moved in to deliver a fatal strike? Yes, I'm sure of it. Yeah, it is. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon. Wait a minute. What was this weapon? It was some kind of dagger. A dagger, eh? And Eliza Dunham tried to stab her with this weapon to kill Miss Faye? Maya, I miss you. I haven't seen you in so long.
Maya, come back.
Maya, come back.
You can blame it all on me.
I want to cosplay as Edgeworth one of these days. You should. That would be a cool cosplay. Yes, exactly. Ha! You look like I did after mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. Guys. There are three most difficult things to say in this world. I love you. I'm sorry. Worcestershire. Plot twist, the killer was Mia inside Maya because of mommy issues. Oh.
God.
Oh.
I'm back.
Hi, welcome back. Can you say the word on screen?
Worcestershire sauce.
Worcestershire.
Worcestershire. Worcestershire sauce.
Do you have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy? Do I have a problem with Iris's testimony?
Worcestershire.
Yes, we do. Worst and Shire.
Sauce.
Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony. You do?
It's garbage.
But this witness is your own client. Yes, well, nevertheless, that's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony. Yes, sir. Hey, just a moment.
Just too happy to say that.
It's my job to say that.
That's
Listen,
not-
Gramps. I won't say it again. Final
Oh,
judgment will be rendered by me.
Listen, Gramps.
Okay, now let's continue. Alright,
He's bullying the judge.
I already know what it is.
The attorney badge.
Yeah, I'm a lawyer. I'm a lawyer. Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events. Huh? Miss Dunham throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me. But all you can do with a staff is hit someone. Horny bonk.
Phoenix needs the horny bonk.
Phoenix needs the horny bonk.
Mr. Wright.
Can we have that as an emote or something? What? The I'm a lawyer? Because that's not even my joke.
I'm a lawyer.
I'm a lawyer.
I'm a joke thief. I
You're a joke.
steal all my jokes from Joseph Anderson. I can't take that.
What do you mean? You're a lawyer.
I'm a joke thief. But all you can do with
You're a
staff is hit
lawyer.
someone.
You're not a joke thief. You're a
What is
lawyer.
that?
Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. Ah,
The sword.
if Eliza Dunham really had wanted to kill Maya Fey, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Oh my god, you need to listen to this track. It's my favorite in the entire game.
Oh, I love that bass.
Yeah, right?
That slap.
That's my favorite in the whole game.
That bass slaps. Holy shit.
Oh yeah. The
Bass
the
slaps.
OST is so good, dude.
I love how you guys have adapted that.
You should. Can I watch it with you? I got an idea.
Are
You
you
know how
watching?
you can change the sub icons on names? Yes. I'm not making it a lawyer badge. That way, everyone's a lawyer.
Everyone's a lawyer.
And I'm Super Mario.
You're a detective.
Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say? I...
No! I can't.
That was an impressive bit of investigating, Trite. I never would have thought there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, how should I put this? A long sword is unwieldy, and thus quite ineffective in close quarters combat. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade. Well... Anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. Maybe the Host Peak Academy logo? I mean, yeah, but I'd want something that's more like me, you know?
Don't speak Academy.
Don't
Mind
judge
your
the fact that I'm
profanity.
still wearing this Nagito shirt. It's just, it always happens to be the one I pull out of my drawer. I'm a
Watch
lawyer.
your profanity.
But there is something strange about this whole testimony. Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point. Very well, Your Honor. I will go along with this. Wait, no, the defense will now go along with this. There we go. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument. Mr. Wright, I have here another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. It's called save scumming! Because you'll
That's
never take the life
bullshit.
of Maya Fey. Because she was Misty Fey. How do I prove that? How do I prove that?
I love how it's for now
Is this it?
that you're.
Take that.
Mm. Well, Mr. Emiya, if you ask me, the only thing that seems strange is the angle of Mr. Trite's index finger. Eh? Trite, sticking your finger in an electrical outlet might be safer for you. Otherwise, it might get bitten off the next time you poke it in the wrong place. Arg. Okay, that wasn't it. So I don't think Miss Dunham would ever attack Maya. If you think about the relationship, it's obvious. Yeah, I know. No. Last night, I was with Nick and kept pissing him off, saying Nagito is his favorite character. I love it! Oh my god, Owl! Is it this? No. What?
Save scum.
I'm always save scumming in this game. Okay, wait. So I presented this, right? The hanging scroll?
Yeah.
And I presented this. Let's be honest, the sword must have been horrible to use while the amethyst ball was on it. That is true. That is true. Okay, that's probably it. Yeah, that was it. Yeah, apparently when you say it, Elise Dunham, it's
Doesn't sound right.
no, it
Elizy Dunham.
no, it's supposed to be like it's supposed to mean like fake name. But I haven't said it right since the first time I said her name. So of course I wasn't gonna get it. But Fig told me after the last stream.
Elizy Dunham.
Let's be honest. Okay, I read that one. We were in a friend's stream and I was telling him about Danganronpa and said, "Oh, Nick, favorite character is called Nagito," and he was not happy. Yeah, I bet he wasn't. Elizy Dunham would never have attacked Maya Fey. How can you be so sure? Because the victim's real name was not Elizy Dunham. Her real name was Misty Fey. Fey? Ah! No! Not Misty Fey. Who is this Misty Fey? Is she related to... Misty Fey is the master of the Korean channeling technique. She is also
Your
Maya's
mom!
mother. Yeah!
Your mom!
Are you serious? No, I'm right. Okay, that's the best joke I've made in the entire series. Yeah, she's the killer, and I'm Super
your
Mario. Hi,
mom.
Bogus. How you doing? It's because she looks so friendly. Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elizy Dunham actually the great Mystic Misty? I hate that everyone's name starts with an M! There's no doubt about it. How are you? I'm excited to finish this game. You really love that Nagito voice. It's my pride and joy. I'm really excited to finish this case. It looks like Iris had no idea. I can hardly believe it. The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing. Ugh.
I'm the audience.
Order in the court. Upon first hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, one, that the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight, and two, that the two people battling to the death were mother and daughter, despite the facts being unbelievable when taken on their own. Oh shit, being a lawyer is so hard. I was at my dad's house Saturday, right? And I was like, hey dad, I'm playing this game. It's called Ace Attorney. And he's like, okay, what's the game about? And I'm like, oh, you play as a lawyer. And then his fiance pipes up. She's like, oh, does this mean you're gonna go to law school? And I was like, no, I can barely get through the game. What makes you think I could be a legit lawyer? What the fuck? My 2 brain cells would never make it in this world.
Well, I mean, Phoenix and Maya have a combined one brain cell. Phoenix could be a lawyer.
Me walking into court? Alright, where's my walkthrough? You're gonna be a great lawyer, don't worry. No. I would not. Oh my god. When taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe. Listen, there's nothing in this world that is impossible, except for one little thing. Yes, what is this one little impossible thing? Ha! You still don't get it? You think maybe my beans are under-roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps.
Beans.
Could you get to your point? Like, you can't do your job without Fig, yeah. I buy a blazer and an attorney's badge. Yeah, I'm gonna go to law school just to get my attorney's badge, so I
Go
can
to
just
law school just to get high?
just so I can go around and be like, look, guys, I'm a lawyer.
Look, guys, I'm a lawyer.
I'm a lawyer.
I'm a lawyer.
Just to flex. I heard this witness's confession this morning.
Weird flex, but okay.
Just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup of coffee this morning.
Not dead.
Just imagine.
Listen,
You're going to
The
ruin
power
your
of
health,
coffee
my
can-
friend.
dude, the power of coffee compels you, Aiden.
Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime, and he discovered this little beauty. Is that the dagger the witness testified to seeing? Obviously, Your Honor. But do you not notice something else? Now that you mention it, if you look closely, there appears to be blood on it! No fucking way. Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene. It was planted there. I have graduated from 3 years of law school. I'm in $30,000 in debt, and I did it all to flex.
Hell yeah.
Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? Huh? The pine tree? The fuck is a pine tree? That's not a pine tree!
Goddamn Americans.
I hate this game. This dagger was stuck in the backside of the pine tree. See, look, BHBW, right? I wonder.
Yeah, that's totally Maya upside down.
I don't know what it means. When the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women, this little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree. I'm gonna leave my soup on the floor. I'll show you my good soup.
Good soup.
Ooh, so
Ooh,
thick.
so thick.
Stop.
Wait a minute.
I wasn't twerking. I was jamming.
Yeah,
Soup. My
you
favorite
better not
part.
be twerking.
My favorite part about Flashy hopping into stream is that he literally like hops in, he plays soup, and then leaves.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, but I was
A man of
twerking.
culture.
Ah, okay.
A man of culture.
Which means
A-
the blood
a
on this
person
dagger
of
belongs to
culture.
the victim, correct? Ha! Were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of coffee. Didn't you say it was your 8th just a few minutes ago? I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice. In any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I order that a blood test be performed on it immediately. This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right. Bailiff, Get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately. Now then, the testimony we've just heard has numerous unbelievable aspects. You alright there? Is it the ginger beer?
No.
Why is he drinking the ginger beer?
You're allergic to ginger beer.
Allergic to ginger beer.
This is the whole reason. Like that's the whole reason he's somewhat sick. Is
However,
ginger beer.
after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible.
What number cup of coffee is that? My God.
This is Aiden's first trial. He's not used to it yet. He's not used to the coffee. You should hear the jazz that plays sometimes when he's talking. It's so funny. Cute girls never lie, ever. It's a good thing I'm not a cute girl. In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to the court. About what, Your Honor? About the incident you saw, the battle between the two women. Yes, Your Honor. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff, but then she dodged Mystic Eliza's next attack and stole her weapon. Maya!
I was her mom.
Suddenly, Mystic Eliza was on the defense and with her back to the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Eliza. Mystic Eliza managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. Oh no!
Oh no, our fake name collapsed.
Her fake name collapsed! That was a very heartbreaking story. I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, even though they haven't seen each other in a long ass fucking time, but it had been yeah, there we go. It had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore. Saw YouTube that I was sent the other day and I think of, why the fuck do they look like older Aiden?
What?
I don't know, apparently he saw an older you in a YouTube
Oh
video.
my God.
Time traveler?
Traveler.
Hmm,
I wish.
that seems reasonable. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. I'm gonna sneeze. Okay. Thank you. It freaky like Aiden, like it was Aiden but older and with white hair. I thought I was the one graying. You could have finally bleached your hair. Iris, where were you standing when you witnessed all this? What do you mean? No, dyed white hair. Oh, okay.
Maybe I did finally bleach my hair.
Well, if either of them had noticed you, they might not have continued their battle. I wonder if that's true. The two of them, they were standing near the garden's stone lantern. I was watching the whole thing from behind. It was dark where the two of them were, so I think that's why they didn't see me. So it was dark in the garden when the murder took place. Tell me, what did Miss Maya Fey do after she was struck? Miss you, Maya. When are you showing up again, please? Maya, my beloved. What happened to the victim's staff then? I'm not sure. The area was really dark, so I really couldn't see. I think it got knocked away somewhere as the fight escalated. That makes sense. That would explain the need for the dagger. Mystic Eliza raised the dagger to strike, but Mystic Maya dodged it at the last second. The dagger struck the lantern and fell to the ground, and then at some point Mystic Maya picked it up. Nothing sounds especially strange yet. What did the victim do when the weapon was stolen from her? You're saying that Maya Fey turned the tables on the victim? Now the tables have tabled. Yes. But Mystic Maya wasn't herself at the time. After all, her life was in danger. I still can't believe it. The idea of Maya cornering someone at knife point is just silly. She would corner someone at knife point and be like, "Give me a fucking burger!"
No, she'd corner her. She would corner someone with a fucking paperclip.
Yeah, she would. She'd like unravel a paperclip. Give me a burger. I love Maya. As they say, a cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal. Shut up. I believe the correct description of a cornered fox is scared and petrified. Your animal analogies. Analogies. I don't know why I said analogies. Your animal analogies have grown tiresome. You were the one who started it. Anyway, so after Maya Fey backed the victim into the stone lantern, what happened next?
These nuts.
Oh, I like the fact that they're showing us pictures now. This case is awesome. Are you absolutely certain that's what you saw? Yes, I'm almost certain. Almost? The garden was dark. I couldn't really tell who was who. What did she just say?
She just assumed it was Maya.
So in other words, it could have been someone else entirely. We know that Maya Fey was at the Inner Temple on that night, and that the woman that was killed was Eliza Dunham. No, her name's Misty Fey. Fucking get it right! Is it fairly obvious who attacked you? Arg. I don't have anything to counter that yet. Well then, witness, please continue with your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Wait, we're not gonna get her to correct it? Wait. Ah, okay. Alright. I thought we were back in the testimony. Then Mystic Maya rushed straight into Mystic Eliza. Then Mystic Eliza doubled over and fell to the ground. So she was stabbed in the stomach, huh? Yes. Okay, there we go. I do not appreciate the desecration of my waifu. Where did that dagger go? I have no idea. It was so dark and I couldn't see. According to the detective who found the dagger, it was stuck in the pine tree in the garden. It's not a pine tree. Most likely it was
It's
flung...
your mom.
Stop it, Matt. It was flung towards the tree after the struggle. That is the most likely explanation, yes. After being stabbed in the stomach, did the victim collapse right away? Oh no, the victim collapsed. Now that I think of it, she seemed to stare at Mystic Maya for a while, and Mystic Maya stood there, not moving an inch. It felt for a moment like time had just
She
stopped.
transcended the god of anime.
But then
she
suddenly,
got all
as it... Matt, shut up, I'm trying to read! But then, suddenly, as if the spell had worn off, Mystic Eliza fell over. It seems like a reasonable story at first, but... This always happens. Every time I stream, I get notifications for Markiplier videos, and no one else. No one else! Just Markiplier. Why does this keep happening? And then it picks up on the stream. But there's one thing that's completely impossible. The very idea of Maya stabbing someone. I miss you, Maya. That alone is impossible, which means this faulty testimony must contain another contradiction in it somewhere. Stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff, but she dodged the next attack suddenly. Was on the defensive. What do we have for evidence? Let's look at this stuff. So,
evidence.
it's not the burnt letter. No. 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 Yeah, I'm not sure on this one. I was so confident in that last one, and now I'm just like, no. What the fuck is this?
I don't know, what is that?
Mining industry report. This is not what I wanted. I wanted... I wanted... Okay. Oh! Really? Let me read that again. Ah, okay.
Oh.
I got it. Okay. Wait, what? No, I'm okay, Owl. What? I saw the game.
What just happened?
Was it this one that I was supposed to do? Alright, okay. Alright, it was that one. Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. No popcorn or anything like that? No, I'm fine, Owl. You alright? Is it the ginger beer?
I don't know.
Alright.
Probably.
Yeah,
Ginger beer.
you should go get some water.
Fucking ginger beer, dude.
Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Huh? You know I went to the movies, right? Yes. Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions. What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony? According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct? Couldn't get popcorn because it was packed. Aww. Yes, that's right. But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right? Yes, I think so. But according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back. This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony. Ah! What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? Ha! It's simple. People are like books. We all got a front and a back. You catch my drift? Is that all you have to say? I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind. Could you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away a useful staff, the people fighting being mother and daughter, and now she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the tummy. The dummy.
The dummy.
The only reason I went because I had nothing planned, plus I wanted popcorn. Yeah, that's like the only reason to go to the movies. Popcorn. There are certainly some inconsistencies. Well, Iris, how about it? Dude, okay, she's the killer. Case closed. Congrats, you beat the game. No, the game's not over till we get Maya back, bogus. We need Maya back. Well, it's just... If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? There are...
My God.
There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee, but to pick out each one requires total concentration and use of all the senses. On what day would I go willingly to go and watch Sing 2? That is true. Tis game is you sometimes. But my, by the way, the movie wasn't as bad as I thought it was. Oh, nice. I'll probably watch it when it comes, like, when it's out on DVD and not really go watch it in theaters. Yeah. Hey, Frank.
Oh.
31,000 to go. Just saying, smiley face.
Wait, 31,000 to go? What?
I'm sorry, Bogus. He's kind of dense sometimes.
I'm confused.
Starbucks.
Oh.
He's
Oh,
gonna...
you know I could probably buy that now, right?
Yeah, you were meant to go get food. No, don't redeem that right now.
Oh, wait, what?
Don't redeem it right now.
To redeem the fact that, my camera?
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, of course. I don't actually have enough.
Oh, okay.
I almost have enough.
Alright, now I'm going back to reading the game. Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said? Prosecutor Emiya, explain yourself! The witness was quite ambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light. Light. Everyone's just saving up for the Frank face reveal.
Exactly.
By the way, did you know Hazakura has a rule that on nights when an acolyte is at the inner temple training, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit? I did wonder what that stone lantern was there for. Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly? Normally, yes, Your Honor. But according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern. Impossible. It hadn't been used in a long time, and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in that garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all. Most enlightening. Ha ha! There was no light. Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all of the contradictions away. If the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, trite? It's so good. Sorry, I had to turn it up so Aiden could hear for a second. Order! Here, Your Honor. Let me present you the... You brought the entire stone lantern to court? Here you go, Your Honor. Here's the evidence. Here, Your Honor. Let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it will rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. Why is the judge sitting there with that look on his face? He just watched Emiya like carry this giant stone lantern on his shoulder. He's like onto the evidence table. There you go, Your Honor. Evidence. What's wrong, Your Honor? Is that flame too hot? This lantern. There's something written on it. I know, it's BHBW. I wonder what it means.
Bitch. No, sorry.
Why, it's written in blood. Oh boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet.
Why
Written
do you keep
in blood?
saying
It's
It's Maya.
it's a dying message.
It's
It
Maya.
says BHBW upside down. All right, I'll stop making that joke and I'll make a different one. Leon.
It's Maya.
You gotta stop ruining my jokes, okay? It's
Sorry.
Leon.
It's Leon.
What the? How did you not mention, or how did you not see that, Emiya? Like, I know you're wearing that mask, but are you really blind?
Yeah, he is. He meant. I think he mentions it.
Can I ask? About what? He can't see the red. Oh, he's colorblind. Gotcha. Back, ready to kill Frank. Alright. Ah, yes, that's right. After being cornered and then stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Eliza didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her, with the blood that was draining from her body. Leon. It certainly looks that way. Hang on. Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about? What do you mean, what are we talking about? We're talking about the message written in blood. Huh, nonsense. This lantern is as clean as a whistle. Could it be? He can't see the bloody writing at all? Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday. We need to show some love to Frank. I phoned my hitman, Frank. You got about 16 minutes to write your will.
Nah, I'm used to the no love. It's
What
good.
happened? She was on the door.
I'm used to the no love.
Go get her down. My cat is a moron.
I thought this was established.
Oh my god. Now that I think about he did say something to me yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Leave her alone, Star. I can't leave her alone. She was on top. She was on top of the door. You don't understand, Bogus. Ow!
Yeah.
Here's my dumbass. Go look at chat. Go look at chat right there. Yeah, say hi. Say hi. Say hi to chat. You fucking love her? I fucking love her too, even though she's a moron. You're a little
Okay.
kiss, 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 kiss. All right. Sorry, Kiwi. Oh,
Oh, she's purring.
she is purring. Mwah. That one's for Bogus. Mwah. That one's for Owl. Mwah. That one's for Ismanir. Mwah. That's for Flashy. And this one, that one's for Achilles. There you go. There you go. She's so mad. There you go, honey. Oh, she's gonna go, like, try to jump on Mom's lap.
Careful, Mom. That's why you don't jump on the door. You dipshit.
She's my baby and I love her.
Yeah, so she fell. It's like, you know those really cringy videos where like a guy falls on a bar with his legs?
Oh!
Kind of like that. And so she managed to get her front paws back on the door, but not her back one. So as I'm trying to pull her off, her leg kind of got stuck on the other side. I was really scared I was gonna accidentally break it or something.
Yeah, oh, cat. She's such a dumbass. Mommy. Bogus says hi. She waves. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. So that's what he meant by that. He's blind to the color red. Owl says hi, Mama Star. Owl says hi, Mama Star. She says hi, Owl. She has headphones on, sorry, she can't really hear. She looks really cute, just... She looks really cute just sitting there playing her game. In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We know that the crime scene was dark, and that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Emiya, anything further? Yeah, she's playing Animal Crossing.
Oh no, his goggles are breaking.
Mr. Emiya? Okay then, let's move on. Emiya is literally shaking, and somehow I don't think it's from caffeine overdose. I believe it has been established that Miss Dunham was killed by Maya Fey. That's just wrong. No, that's wrong.
No, that's wrong.
Now it's time to turn our attention to you. Yes, sir. After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears. Damn it, you beat me to it, Star. Ooh, the tense music. Well, it's not really tense, but it's like, here. It's really good. I love the OST. After Mystic Elizy died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Korean tradition, so I removed the body from the inner temple myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and... I used the Shichi Shito to alter the way the wound looked. So you moved the body. Yes, I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fae clan, but even so, I never imagined that Elizy Dunham was actually Misty Fae. I've committed a terrible sin. Yes, you have. A terrible trick of fate. I believe you're looking for a twist of fate, Your Honor. I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body, but you were spotted by the head nun, correct? Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back. Your story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination. Yes, you have. Yes, Your Honor. Hi, Key. Hi, Kiwi. Hi, baby. So you waited until everything was over before making a move? No, it's not like that. saw someone murdered right in front of her eyes. It's not surprising that she was a little timid. Yes, I suppose that's true. Sometimes when I'm watching lawyers argue back and forth with each other, I feel so helpless that I just sit quietly and wait for them to reach a conclusion. Isn't it your job as the judge to mediate that argument? It wasn't until Mystic Maya saw me that it finally dawned on her what she had done. BRB food time? Alright, enjoy your food, Bogus. So then you knew? You knew the significance of the name Maya Fey? Yes, of course I did. That's odd. I mean, Sister Bikini didn't recognize Maya's name, let alone her position. Anyway, she was a very special person indeed. Why did you do that? Because I didn't want Mystic Maya to be suspected in any way. I thought the best thing would be to remove the body from the crime scene. You moved her body all by yourself? Yes, I did. It would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow. The snow, huh? It's pretty amazing you can make it all the way across. It's a rickety old bridge. It looks worse than it is. It's surprisingly sturdy despite its age. It's like they say, idiots are too stupid to catch even a simple cold. But there's one other thing that bothers me. What? God damn it, Aiden. Why not just throw the body into the Eagle River? It would have been much easier than dragging it all the way to Hazakura Temple. I thought that it would still cast too much suspicion on Mystic Maya. That's why I tried to take the body as far away as possible. Ha! Makes perfect sense to me, for the time being. Anyway, what did you do after you crossed the bridge? The snowmobile. I knew that would show up sooner or later. Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge. This is the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details? Yes!
No.
Fuck, there's two different... Okay. Let me hear more about the snowmobile ride. Well, it was very cold that night, so I rode it all the way to the foot of the bridge. I'm sorry, witness, but now I've got a problem with your testimony. Excuse me? Emiya, what are you up to now? That night, after the head nun left her... She was moving the table, it was distracting. That night, after the head nun left the remainder of the training to you, since she said she walked from the inner temple back to Hazakura Temple. Yes, I'm fairly certain that's what the record indicates. Let's recall her comments on the subject. Maybe, but when I made it back to Hazakura Temple, it was there by the main gate, the snowmobile, I mean. The snowmobile was in front of the main gate. This is one of those contradictions, wouldn't you say? Ugh. I didn't have to do anything. Order! Mr. Emiya! Why are you pointing out a contradiction in the witness's testimony? Let's just say I like things to be neat and tidy, okay? Well, maybe Sister Bikini missed it. Yes, maybe she didn't see it. You think she missed it? That doesn't sound right. Ha! Whatever. Even I don't think this is decisive enough to warrant any more time or effort. It's just, you'd better be careful in your testimony. That's all I wanted to say. A smart little cookie like you shouldn't have any trouble understanding that. Yes, sir. What was that all about? Why would Emiya want to give me a hint? Very well then, let's continue with the testimony. So you transported the body on the snowmobile all the way to Hazakura Temple Courtyard. Yes, I thought that way Mystic Maya would never be suspected. That's what I thought anyway. And then... Am I allowed to do the other one? Yeah, I can. Okay. If you really did move her body by the snowmobile, then there shouldn't be tracks left in the snow, right? Well, yes, naturally, you would expect tracks. This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride? Yes, I think they are.
Looking for $5 to give to Phoenix so he can go to the general store and buy a fucking clue.
Alright, that's a good one, Fig. But I can only see one set of tracks here. I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple. I see, snow was falling, huh? And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped. That's why there are such fresh-looking tracks. How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony? It's very important. When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. This doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Your Honor, I'd like this statement Iris just made added to the testimony. But, does it have something to do with the case? All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record. Ha! This should be fun. You. Let's get this snow business cleared up, shall we? Yes, sir. All will be revealed! Is that what you were doing when Sister Bikini saw you? Yes, that's right. She probably thought the worst. Probably. More like definitely. I see. So Sister Bikini mistakenly thought you were the one that murdered Miss Dunham. I'm not trying to do Nagito voice. I swear to God, I'm trying to do Emiya voice. The next the next announcement is in April. So it could be.
How much money did you spend on her?
I didn't spend any money.
I'm so proud of you.
I'm surprised it took you this long to ask. I had 19,000 gems saved up, and I got 2 copies from the gacha and the other copy from a candy. I'm so sorry, please forgive me. It's my fault that this case has gotten so confusing. Don't worry about it. All case 5s are very confusing. Well, in previous games it was case 4. There have been lots of contradictions in your testimony so far. At Persona April reveal will be a picture of Joker that will be for sale. I'll shoot myself if they do that. Joker NFT! Joker NFT!
Do not support NFTs.
There have been a lot of contradictions in your testimony so far. This time, are you sure it's all true? Yes, I am. When the murder happened, the snow had already stopped. According to you, that's why the snowmobile tracks were so clear. This image. I just spat on my computer. Oh, for fuck's sake, Fig.
Nicely done, Fig.
Oh, for
You're really
fuck's
making me
sake.
proud.
Okay. That's right,
Why
I'm
is
certain
Fig-
of it.
Fig, where are you right now?
He's probably working and can't join the call.
True.
Talamo NFT next, and that will be Star's new profile picture. Hey, I like my profile picture. I think I've trapped her this time. I see how you think.
Yeah,
Snow,
it's
huh?
already Tamamo. How much do you want? Jesus.
In bed with mom bitch. Ha 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 ha.
He says he's in bed with your mom, bitch.
Hey, listen. You may be in bed with my mom, but have fun with that. You'll probably kill her.
Alright. What's going on here? If the snow really had stopped by the time of the murder, it'd mean there's a bigger hole in her story than that movie, The Grid, Revelations. I don't get that reference.
It's not weird.
Well, then,
saying
Mr.
you'd
Trite,
break her
perhaps
'cause she already has a broken foot, so just
Shut
break
up!
her
I'm
more.
trying to read. Well then, Mr. Trite, perhaps you'd like to share your theory with us? Let's see what's up your sleeve. Or rather, at the end of your index finger! I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. But why would she want to do that? There's only one reason I can think of.
He knows who the murderer is. Or she's the murderer.
Okay, so by the time the murder took place, the snow had stopped. We established that, right? Where's that weather report? Snow 7 to approximately 10:50, lightning 10 to approximately 11. Lightning struck Dusky Bridge at 10:45, around 30 minutes passed between the fire starting and going out. Okay, alright, okay. And the autopsy report says 10 to 11. Okay. 10 to 11. I think it's gotta be. I think it's gotta be the weather data. I don't see anything it could be. It's not. Okay. Bless you. Oh, that was a cough. For fuck's sake! I can't. Oh no! I finally did it! Okay, guys. Aiden has been coughing all morning. He's got a bit of a cold. And every time he coughs, I've had the urge to say bless you.
Why do I feel like that's because of me?
And it finally happened. He coughed 2 seconds ago, and I was like, bless you, like absent-mindedly. I was trying to think.
Why do I feel like that's partially because of me? Because my coughs sound like sneezes, and my sneezes sound like coughs.
I'm so sorry, Aiden. Alright, kiddo. I will. That's your goal for this year? Nice. Oh, it was the weather data on the 4th statement. 1, 2, 3, 4. Really? On this one? Some of these don't make sense. You claim that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred, but I'm sorry, Iris. That just isn't possible. What? This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop till 10:50 p.m., but you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time. Why do you say that? I feel like it could have worked on... I feel like it could have worked on both statements, if I'm being honest. Why do you say that? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and had caught on fire. What did you say? The bridge? It was on fire? You don't mean to say you didn't know about it? It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down. What? It can't be. Looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney. No! Order! The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge. Body or no body. A witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself? The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. Trite. Old man? Oh, okay.
Old man,
Me?
I mean,
How dare
back at it
you?
again.
Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now. Squat? The important thing now is to find out the truth. Isn't that right? Yes, of course, but... whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not, There are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Eliza Dunham was discovered in the Hazakura Temple courtyard, and second, the head nun, Sister Bikini, witnessed Iris desecrating Eliza Dunham's body. He makes a good point on both accounts. That's right. I'm not lying. What are you claiming this time? I wasn't myself at that night, so my memory is still somewhat hazy.
Oh, she channeled.
You have stood at the witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy? It is only human to err. If you're so perfect, Trite, maybe you can explain this to the court. What is it? When the murder happened, the bridge had already burned down. But somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick. Well, not exactly, no. I know there must be some other way she got across that burnt-out bridge, but unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. Looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation. You see what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth. Ack! All right then, witness, let's hear your testimony once more. About what, Your Honor? You've admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony. Apollo Justice Case 1 client is Phoenix Wright. What the fuck, Fig? Why did you tell me that? Fuck you. Yes, Your Honor. Will this be her final testimony? The final testimony? Not spoiler? Really? Not spoiler. But incentive to you for engage the series more. I was already planning on it.
Big.
I was already
I-
planning on it.
Do I need to know you? Like, do I need to bonk you? Like, what
Fig,
am I
what the
doing?
fuck?
Do I need to put the hammer down on a mod? Fig.
Fig, come on. I was already planning to play the next 3 games, just not right now. And then you went. I may have miscalculated. Yeah, Fig. Thanks. I think it's a spoiler because I haven't even played the fucking game yet. How do you mean like revealed instantly? Like how would I know that? No, it is a spoiler. Owl thinks it's a spoiler. Owl hasn't played the games either. Like come on. Figgy. The title says no spoilers. I mean the tags, no spoilers. Come on, buddy. That's not okay.
There's actually not a tag that says no spoilers.
He says that's one of the 2 things he knows about it. Okay. All right. Cool.
Sorry, I shouldn't have said anything.
What? No, I'm talking to Fig.
I said, actually, there is no tag that says no spoilers.
There should be a tag that says no spoilers.
There isn't. It's not there. It doesn't even say it in the title either.
It should be in the tags.
It's not. English, Canada, LGBTQ, and anxiety, and that's it.
Try refreshing. Yeah, Fig sees it. It's there. I knew about it, but it is a spoiler. Yeah, I didn't know about it.
It says first playthrough. It doesn't say no spoiler.
It should say no spoilers.
It doesn't for me. I just refreshed.
Well, I know that I usually put no spoilers into our story-based games, so after the Danganronpa stuff.
You know, Fig, saying stuff like that makes her not want to play it more. You know that, right?
No, I still want to play it. You need to know, even if it is revealed in the first 10 seconds of the game, that doesn't matter because I haven't played the game yet, so I wouldn't know that. You see it, but in French. Okay. Thank you, Fig. I accept your apology. Just try not to spoil anything about the next 3 games, okay? I haven't played them. And I want to go into them blind, at least as blind as I can. All right?
Big.
There's a couple things that I do know because of my rabid fan fiction reading, but other than that, I want to go into them kind of blind. So don't talk about the next 3 games, okay? No talking about the next 3 games.
Dumbledore dies in the first game.
Fig.
I'm sorry, I legit didn't think it was a spoiler. Sorry.
That's okay. It's fine. I accept your apology. Just don't do it again in the future, all right? That was like it's not as bad, but that was like that person when we were playing Danganronpa who came into chat and they were like Monokuma kills Kaede, you know? Like
Yeah, but that's like spoiling the immediate trial. I know not to spoil the immediate trial.
yeah, that is true. That is true.
The only time I will spoil something is if I don't think it's a spoiler.
I don't know how you didn't think that was a spoiler.
I didn't, because
She
I don't know,
literally has not played the game yet. How was that not a spoiler?
it's in the trailers of the game. It's in
I
the
never watched-
I
promotional.
haven't seen the trailers of the game.
It's in the promotional content. I didn't think it was a spoiler.
I genuinely didn't know. So,
Oh, you,
even if it is in the promotional content, just try to keep that stuff out of chat, okay?
yeah, I will. I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. It's all right, Fig. I'm just letting you know we're setting boundaries.
Yes, boundaries have been set and they will be respected. But
Okay.
you should know Snape was a Death Eater.
All right, I'm going back to the game. Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body, so I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Hyped about the new Pokemon game? I am so hyped for the new Pokemon game. Or are you saying that there's a way to cross a burning bridge? Yeah, Phoenix definitely tried. So it was just a misunderstanding, I see. This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident. It certainly was burned to a crisp, and one of the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Suspension wires, huh? Getting the cock boy. I know you meant to say crock boy, but...
Cock-nosed potato.
Yes, I'm getting the Clover Cat. I really want the Clover Cat. Oh, Clover's an amazing name for it. Oh my god, Owl. Thank you so much. Cock boy.
Ismaner, you listening?
Clearly, it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition.
Bruh, have you seen the water starter? Man, he looks like he has a sick hairdo, dude.
Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as the truth. Doesn't its neck fur look like Zamet's Ventus shield? It kind of does, yeah. Fig Ismanir replied to you.
What did he say?
He said yes. Because you asked if he was here.
No, nothing. I was just, cock boy.
Oh, okay, cock boy, gotcha. Cock boy, gotcha. And Maya will be accused of murder. I mean, it won't be for the first time. Trite, I'm gonna say it one more time. It is only human to err, and only humans can spot the errors of our ways. The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes.
That doesn't make any sense.
Alright, Mr. Wright, please begin your final cross-examination. You hear that, guys? The final one. The final one. Okay.
The final countdown.
Alright, I'm leaving. See you guys next year. No, come back, Owl! Yes, but if the snow had already stopped when the incident took place, I couldn't have crossed the bridge, naturally. Stop it. But I think it's just like Mr. Emiya said.
I'll be back later.
Okay. The body didn't make it across somehow. But you seemed to be quite sure of yourself when you gave your testimony. You said you were sure the snow had already stopped. I'm terribly sorry I was wrong. Does she really think an apology is gonna get her off the hook? This is no joke. You're giving sworn testimony in a court of law. Well, Mr. Wright, let me ask you a question. Do you remember what the weather was like 1 week ago today? Huh? Well, naturally it was, You see, it's not that easy to remember, is it? But if it had been some kind of special day, I would have remembered. For example, if it was pouring rain on the day of my elementary school graduation. No one wants to hear about your childhood traumas, trite. What? Nope, I'm dying on that hill now. All I remember now is the guy who said cockboy. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. If you insist on obsessing over that one statement, let's see the proof. Show us some evidence that the body somehow crossed the bridge while it was on fire. Well, I don't see why there couldn't be a way across. Mr. Wright, don't you think that sounds a bit silly? A dead body crossing a burning bridge? Did anyone actually witness such a thing? Ha! Larry did. If there was, I don't think you'd call someone like that a witness.
Call him a dumbass.
After all, a dream isn't the same as actually seeing something. I've come all this way, so I owe it to everyone to figure this out. But how do you transport a body across a burning bridge? Even if I don't know the exact answer yet, it's okay. I'll start by examining all of my evidence and see where that takes me. I gotta be like a shark. If
You yeet it.
If I don't keep moving, I'm as good as dead. No!
Eat that body. Yeet that body.
Shut up.
She was literally flying. Yeet that body.
Okay, I'm gonna start by presenting the drawing. Okay, it is the drawing. Zipline power activate! Dead body flying a dead body a dead body flying over a burning bridge. Ah! I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility. What? Ha! You're saying it's possible? Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen. Hold on, I need to check something real quick. Oh, okay. Alright, sorry about that. Who was it? Who was this witness? I can't chicken out here. I've got to keep it on the attack. And go, go, go! Miss Eliza Dunham's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice. Laurice Dunham. Brilliant. Highly gifted. Apprentice? Remember what he said in his testimony. That night, he was at the Mountain Shack, Heavenly Hall, and that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen this sketch before. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim threw through the air? Are you using that pathetic scribble to support your argument? Uh-oh, the judge looked like he's about to blow a gasket. Ha! Well, Trite, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, does the sketch prove anything? Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm going to prove it. Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with the sketch? Upside down? Why did Emiya say that? Emiya! Alright then, let's hear the defense's theory. Hold on, let me save first. What exactly is the sketch trying to show? I don't think old Whiskerface is going to forgive any more mistakes. Alright, Phoenix. Look carefully and think it over. The sketch drawn by Laurice Dunham is exactly what happened. Of course, the victim was flying through the air. You can see it right there in the sketch. Whoosh! You know, you're starting to remind me of yesterday's witness. What? That was the last thing I wanted to hear. Do you have any evidence that the victim flew through the air? Just so you know, we haven't discovered a giant human catapult at the inner temple yet. If you turn the picture around, it looks like someone falling from a bridge. I wish they had. Even if you're a lousy lawyer, at least you're 1 cup's worth of entertainment. I think we should skip the penalty this time. Nerg. There must be some way. I just know it. There must be a way to use Larry's sketch to show the truth of what happened. Alright then, the witness will now return to her testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Alright, I've got a theory, and I'm gonna hate it if it's right.
What?
Okay. Oh, don't save.
What's your game theory?
Do I just present this again? I don't think I should present that again.
What's your game theory?
No, I don't want to say it yet.
No, I'm curious.
Just in
I wanna
case it's
know.
right.
Bruh.
I'm not saying it. Shut up. She won't tell me her theory.
I wanna know.
Oh, I was supposed to say it's a complete contradiction. Okay. Wait. I was skipping that.
Why is Aiden home?
He's sick
He's
today.
sick.
Oh. Wish I was sick.
It all comes back to this. Can't believe we're looking at this again. I admit that I didn't really understand it before, but I get it now. That's why I believe the sketch shows the truth. Very well. Alright then, let's hear the defendant's theory, or the defense's theory. What exactly is the sketch trying to show? I don't think a worst case is gonna give me more mistakes. The sketch is a complete contradiction, apparently. Something is obviously funny about this sketch. I'm no art critic, but even I can see that. No, that's not what I mean, Your Honor. Laurie Stunham stated it over and over that this sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, if we're to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. Oh. Oh. It contradicts reality? Ah, this is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger pointing thing again. Okay, Trite, so what exactly contradicts reality as we know it? It's this wire connected to the bridge. The wire? Yeah, okay, I get that. I get it, Ismanir, I get it. Okay, the wire? Ha. So that the thing really contradicts reality? It is indeed. Then show us the reality it supposedly conflicts with. Show us something that will point out how the sketch contradicts reality. That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct? Yes, now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge, jumping Jehoshaphat, the wires are below the guard wires. What? The sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. Bright and sunny shores are ahead of us during the season of Alola! Woo! Who's excited for Alola in Pokemon Go tomorrow? I'm excited.
What is Alola?
That's Gen 7.
Oh, Decidueye.
Yeah! However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong? Or perhaps he just drew it wrong? Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. With someone like Maurice, I admit a mistake is a definite possibility, but then that begs the question, why did he make a mistake? What was the reason? Are you
Because he's
saying
human.
you might know the answer to that? Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Maurice was doing when he witnessed this event. He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited and waited and he finally laid down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and the bridge sets aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Maurice must have been in at the time. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did. He was lying on his back. I can't see how it relates, but it does, Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires of the sketch go up instead of down. Ah! No way. Maurice Dunham witnessed the event while he was lying on his back, face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. So then the sketch should actually be, I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Maurice Dunham's sketch is like this. This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge, it was actually swinging below. That's right, just like a pendulum. All of the things to say. A pendulum? The bridge was burning to a crisp. There was no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get a body across to the other side. I pendulum summoned the victim! And a pendulum was the only way to get it done.
The murderer was a gacha player?
No!
Yes.
Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff. Yes, that sounds right. In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you'd have to plan ahead. Lightning strike at that night could only have been an accident, so it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared that rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them. What? I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there. In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on hand to create a pendulum? It better be the crime photo, or I swear to God. Or not the crime photo, the Dusky Bridge photo. Oh, thank God. And the meaning of this is, if you want to know where the rope came from, it's right here. It's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard. Ah, this is one of the wires from the bridge. When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Eliza Dunham's body. Because there was simply no other way to move the body. Oh no, I removed my layout. I just wanted to I just wanted to unplug my laptop. Mr. Emiya! It seems that Mr. Emiya is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. It seems that the odds of a rope being readily available are very high, so I suppose that it's not an impossibility after all. Possible or impossible? That's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Trite, I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see it's the one that was in front of the inner temple. So then that was the spot where the criminal... Yes, precisely. Now let us consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. The body was pushed from this point here. It would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point. Did you say drop? Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. What? What makes you think something like that happened? Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped some distance. What kind of evidence? Take a look at this autopsy report. Oh, it says here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death. 10 feet, huh? That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to forward momentum, then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. Yes, this blood-stained amethyst crystal is the one that came off of Miss Eliza Dunham's staff. And even more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found. Indeed, I believe it's already marked on this overhead map. The crystal was found, precisely, Your Honor, in the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed. This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. Which was also the theory that I had cooking up as well. The fact that they used the suspension bridge thing to swing her on over. I was like, oh no. That's what happened, didn't it? You provided us with a way the body could have been moved that night. An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. Mr. Wright? I thought this cold coffee might help cool you down. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Emiya? I just realized, wasn't that the same map as for the trial with Maya? No? That was a dark and bitter guess that you just made, Trite. But you forgot about one thing. Oh, and what would that be? The aroma. Huh? A coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma. The rest of the court doesn't speak coffee-nese. Can you elaborate a bit more? If the criminal had sent the body to the other side, like you say, then naturally there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it. An accomplice? The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge, so who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Trite? Mr. Emmy is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do. Yes, Your Honor. The body couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice. Very well then, if you please, Mr. Wright. I'm gonna save in case I might get that wrong. Because I think I know who it is. Who was the person that received the body? Okay, I was right. It can only be you, Sister Iris. Huh? But I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it. Trite, were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the inner temple garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath. I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Emiya? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim. Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time. Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? Mention what? The pendulum, of course. Using the sketch drawn as by an eyewitness, I have established how the body was moved using the burnt-out bridge, which means it's now a fact that this occurred, something you should have already known. No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum. But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help, so you should have known about it. In fact, it had been impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with. Uh-oh. What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright? What? What kind of nonsense is this? You're just saying... You're saying the witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple? Are you serious, Trite? You mean this woman is... There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The woman that's standing there at the witness's stand. Her real name is... Dahlia Hawthorne. Never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time. Dahlia Hawthorne. Hawthorne? Sister Iris had a twin sister, and you're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. That name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless. Ha! It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh yes, I remember now. That case, 5 years ago. My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence. Oh, I forgot about this case and his weird hair thing. The honor is all mine. No, the honor is all mine. But
What do you mean? Pain is a fucking god. I don't
according
know
to
what you're
this,
talking
Dahlia
about.
Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month. Ismanir, I think you need the horny bonk. So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom. What? Order, order. Wait a moment. How can you... My sister, she's already dead. What kind of... Wait, Ezra told you about her execution. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. You of all people should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of Crane channeling technique flows within that body. The Crane channeling technique. Now, where have I heard that? That's right. You're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. Oh my god. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister Iris was? Well, if you're going to put things that way, then yes. We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happens?
Yes.
Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions. Ah, what's that? These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple. 2 of them? Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, in other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time. That means the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris, and the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris, meaning that the Iris Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne. Hi, Kiwi! Do you even know what you're saying, Trite? That whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business? Yes, it's true that you found plans that talk about it. However, that is one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris. What? Come here, Key. Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled, would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. It was later that the body was moved by the pendulum. That's right. Naturally, that would mean that Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far? Yes. Aww. Kiwi, you're so cute! After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall. They found Iris in her room and arrested her, and ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. Yes, I suppose. I can't deny any of that. Phew, thank goodness. It looks like he's finally convinced. But something still seems off. Way off. I'm still not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night. Ha! I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous? Like the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places? Switched places? That's exactly what I'm gonna say, Your Honor! To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial. Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia, which means they must have switched places somewhere. Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne? There was! There was one! Yes, Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance. Oh, explain yourself. Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown. Unknown? What do you mean? What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised. Well, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move about freely like that? I'm sorry, I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. I'm sorry, Chadworth. Wherever you are. This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it? Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? An earthquake? Earthquake! Oh my goodness, the inner temple! This kind of tremor might... How could I have? She fled. She escaped. She escaped. What? We went to the inner temple right away. And it's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time.
Yeah, you can tell by the look.
When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here. No judge in his right mind would consider the idea of spirit channeling and... Be quiet. Oh! It's been a long time, Mr. Judge. That voice. Guess I'll have to ask again. Who are you? Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. Mikey! Dahlia Hawthorne, and my current profession? Permanently retired.
Murd.
Ha! So you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh? Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me. What is going on here? Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought we'd meet again, and I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time, I'll end it. For her and for myself. Icky? To be continued? Oh my god. Maya, can we go see Maya now? Maya.
Maya.
Maya. Fig, how many parts were there again? Does it go up to 4-4 or 4-3?
I thought you said 5.
Maya. 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 Ha. Maya. Ha. Ha. Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness? Yes, how can I help you, Mr. Judge? Well, it seems that if we're to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony. I have no problem with that. But when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown. In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out on that night. The whole plan began with my death, a stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. There we go. Hey, you get away from that cord. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. No, that's wrong. So that means you really are... Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fay? Yes. You have a problem with that? Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way that... Watch yourself, trite. Check yourself before you wreck yourself. If you got a problem,
Right.
solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules. Mr. Emmy is correct, and by the way, that's one of my rules as well. To kill Maya? Could it be true? Kiwi. Kiwi. You were executed last month, correct? Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant. I bet it wasn't. How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay? Last year. She was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her. I see. So that's when you discussed the plan? Ha! Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well, even though I'm her own daughter. All to make Pearl Fay master of Kurain? She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister Misty took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan. A plan, huh? You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct? Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us. You and your twin sister Iris. That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father. Abandoned? The only person I ever cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple. You mean Iris? Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general. Big yawns. How horrible. The real horrible one was that woman. That bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power, unfortunately for her. Hi, Kiwi. Oh, you're so cute. I have to just lean over and pet you. Yes. Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back, all because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. Maya would have to die, but why? For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master. The remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of. But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya. How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of master. That's all. That's ridiculous. She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally, the life of Maya Fay as well. How could anyone do that? Hi. You were going to kill Maya? Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the letter and channel me, and then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to me. Grr. So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin, on Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple. She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it. And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini. I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night, but she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway. Why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she? Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her. Backstabber. You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway. You think the plan was a success? You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. No, she's not. Maya can't die. She's immortal. Now the title of the master will pass on to Pearl Fey. That's absurd. Maya is she's just trapped inside the secret cavern. How does channeling work? Is the body of the person being changed to match the spirit? Yes, it does. It does. It was explained earlier in the series. Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you? My darling Feeny.
Fuck off.
Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivete and your pathetic faith in other people.
Fuck you, bitch.
I just want to know one thing.
She can suck the fattest of dicks.
What did you personally think of Morgan Fay's plan? I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value, other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of. If that's how you feel, then why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya? You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate what, someone like me would want to help a woman like that. So tell me then, why? Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself, for my own personal satisfaction. What did you say? So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead? Kiwi, you're so adorable. I wish you would come over and hang out with me during this trying time. Obviously, it's because you were helping Morgan Fay. Helping? Don't make me laugh. From the day I was born to the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and in the end, I died for myself. I thought that was obvious. She wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. She was just using Morgan and her plan so she could accomplish her own goal. All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fey. That was the only way I could think to get revenge. Revenge? It looks like I have no choice but to present that piece of evidence. I can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. I've got to keep a cool head. And I need to get more information out of her. It's the only way to understand this plan and what she was after. Okay, well then, what evidence are we presenting there, Nicky boy? Can I present myself? I can't present myself.
I
Okay.
present myself.
Alright, I don't know what to do here. So I'm gonna look. I went.
Present
I-
Mia.
What?
Present Mia.
Present Mia?
Mia Fey.
Really?
Yeah.
Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself? No, Kiwi, come back. I love you. As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either. Oh, okay, I get it. Alright, I got it. You wanted to take revenge on someone. I was sentenced to die because of that woman, Mia Fey. Somehow knew this was it. I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up. And the reason it was impossible, was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died? Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead. And how do you do that? Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the
Joke's
one and
on
only
you.
way I could take my
That's
revenge
Phoenix,
against Mia
mother-
Fey.
It's
You
Phoenix,
gotta-
mother-
You cannot talk while I'm trying to read. Boy! That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plan. Just for that? For that, you would kill Maya? Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey. As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless. Huh. Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you, there's not a thing you can do to me. Grr. That night, at about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon warding hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left for Hazakura Temple. So it was Eliza Dunham who channeled her after all. Really? That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. So she left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back. What did you do then? That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern, then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... So then you're saying you stabbed Maya? It's strange, but I don't have any clear memory of what happened after that. What does that mean? No clear memory? I don't know. I think I was stabbed. You were stabbed? At the last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me. I'm sure of it. That's not her like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a French fry with a plastic fork. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Ismanir. But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. Really? That's what that says? I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her. I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. That's where my memory temporarily stops. It stops. I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness. You were in the sacred cavern? The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I had been trapped in there. But how did you wind up in there? I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead, and I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I'd killed her myself. For a ghost, you're one tough cookie. I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out. The trick lock stopped you, huh? I didn't know how to remove it. So then you're saying you were actually confined against your own will inside the sacred cavern? Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible, but it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working. Interrupted? It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall. What? Who? Could it have been Maya? I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see. Why not? If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the sacred cavern. That morning, only 2 people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went in there to cover the hanging scroll and gravy. Still, I finally managed to remove the lock, but it was too late. What do you mean by that? The files had already started to gather. Bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct? Naturally, I couldn't go out, so instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse, as I had hoped, but just then, Lady Luck showed up. Lady Luck. After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself. The real Iris? She said she'd come to make sure the Sacred Cavern was alright. Stupid girl. I came out from the Sacred Cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place.
So that's why she was in there.
I finally learned what exactly had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded. What do you mean your plan had succeeded? I had misunderstood one thing, you see. Yeah, that's the conclusion I'm drawing there, Ismanir. That night, the one that had summoned me, I assumed that it was Pearl Fey. Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written on the instructions. But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was... Misty. Misty Fey, the picture book author. What? Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. No, she couldn't have stabbed herself because the stab wound was from the back, right? So then who killed her? Who done it? Maya Fey, I wasn't able to kill her with my own two hands, but even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit. And that is... matricide. The sin of killing her own mother. No way! It's gonna get worse, Phoenix. It's gonna get worse. Order in the court. What is the meaning of this? It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fey, but even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fey's life was none other than your darling little Maya. Ridiculous! That's nonsense! Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there? What? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence? The fact that Maya Fey has disappeared is evident enough, isn't it? Huh? The idea that she's still in the Sacred Cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the Inner Temple, that much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be. Where? Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River. Where else? Eagle River. Maya Fey killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. So, what do you have to say now? Feeny. Ugh! Ooh. Ah. You don't look very distraught, Phoenix. Oops. Sorry, that's my phone. What kind of ringtone is that? Emiya here. Okay, thanks. Was it something important? They just finished removing the locks from the Sacred Cavern. That's great! What about Maya? There was a woman in the cave. Was it Maya Fey? It was the accused, Sister Iris. Huh? Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday, just as I finished telling you that. Or sorry, I just finished telling you that. So, what about Maya? Where is she? There was no one else found inside that Sacred Cavern. No, it can't be. I told you, didn't I? She's dead. Hey, Flare. Oh, the despair sprite again! No! It seems that this case has come to an end, a tragic end. Sadly, it appears the killer of Eliza Dunham, also known as Misty Fey, was her own daughter, Maya Fey. No, that's wrong. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Fey jumped to her death into the raging waters of Eagle River. It can't be. Ha! Trite. Have you ever heard this one? It's the grandmother, motherfucker Fey. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth, no matter how improbable it may seem. What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Emiya? According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Elementary, my dear. Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden, which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side near the bridge. That's right, that's where she jumped from. But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there. What? Don't get your panties all twisted up, trite. Just relax and think through the whole thing again. Oh, he's right. So it's impossible? Maya couldn't have thrown herself into Eagle River? Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Faye threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes? It's impossible to jump into Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows better than this witness. What did you say? 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf. Oh, ooh, you're right. She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we would be able to see her body in this photo. Ah. Ha! So you finally figured it out. You. No! You're just playing with me. Maya Fey's body is at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding. But she had her wind glider! Yeah, that's right. She wind glided until she made it over the river, and then she just dropped.
What is this?
Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, only the truth whatever remains must be the truth. Yes, just a few minutes ago. Maya Fey wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River. Correct. That eliminates all most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be. So many trials and tribulations. Maya as Animo Catalyst collab user? Hell yes! What do you mean by that, Owl? What? What is this one possibility you were talking about? That's obviously a bluff. Right here in this very courtroom. So where's her dead body then? It's right here in this very courtroom. Finally, I think all the pieces are falling into place. Normally, the living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there's a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Ultimate punishment! Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne?
Knowing Maya's alive? Oh boy.
Here we go. In this very courtroom, there's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom. What? Maya Fey's here? You say she's here in my courtroom? Dahlia Hawthorne, I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. What do you mean? Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Fay, that pathetic little sniveling runt.
Oh.
You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it. I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. Isn't there any explanation as to why you couldn't channel a spirit? It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone called me before Pearl did? But who? Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now. Am I correct? Ah! This trial been the hardest so far, and it's always twisting and turning. Oh ho ho! I have to plug in my laptop. Kamehameha! Guardian, how you doing? Ayo! Okay. It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. There's someone who called you before she could. Maya Fey! This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Fey is gone. There's only one possibility left. Come on already! I can't stand the tension! Dahlia Hawthorne, the person channeling you right now must be Maya Fey! What? But how could that be? Remember when this witness, Dahlia Hawthorne, said about her goal? She said that her goal was to kill Maya Fey. Yes, that's right. But if Maya had channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her... Ha, well, Gramps, what would happen? Could it be? Looks like you finally understand, Your Honor. Well, I don't. What are you going on about? What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. And there's only one reason. To protect herself from you. To protect herself from me? Yes. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Fey. The path back to Hazakura was closed off and there was nowhere for her to run. So the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide? You mean, that's when she channeled me. All this time, you thought you had been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you. No, don't say that. Ooh, she looks mad. You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp? Maya Fey killed herself. Isn't it obvious? Sorry, but no. It wouldn't have been impossible for her to jump into Eagle River. Or it would have been impossible, sorry. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from Inner Temple. I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who's never been out in the real world. But the body, how? Was it really Iris that moved the body and all? No. Ooh. I don't know. That's so weird. She could never have come up with a plan like that. And who could have given her such a brilliant idea? Well, me, of course. Mia! I didn't see this one coming. Mia Fey. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne.
How long has Pearl's been here?
So it's true. It was you. Yes. Ha! You're something else. Mia in who? Pearls. But what are you doing here? That hair. It's Pearls, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the inner temple's garden. And then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Fey. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. She did. Oh, so their hair stayed the same. That's so anime, I know. Not terribly surprising since she was about to be killed. When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed to help, so she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do. She did that? I can't believe it. Of course, I didn't have all the details, but one thing was perfectly clear, and that was, I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down two things that Maya had to do. Even her sister thinks Maya's dumb. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived. So it was Maya who put that lock there. Yes, but why did you order her to do those two things? If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Faye. Pearls? Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan. All she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Faye's instructions. If she succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Faye to kill Maya at all costs. Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along. How dare you! I won't forgive this, or forget this. Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? What do you mean by another? Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure. What? How dare you? 11 years ago. The fake kidnapping. Your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but... After Terry Falls escaped and went to meet Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth. That wasn't my fault. It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but... You wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny. You wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face. And now this. You've messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape, even though she was right there in front of you. Mia Fey! Mia Fey! You spinster! I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would. If only...
Wee woo, someone call the firefighters. This person has been severely burned.
If only you hadn't gotten this spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict. So the real treasure was the Maya you found inside you.
The Maya, that sounds weird.
I wouldn't have been hanged to death. True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. What? What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all of eternity. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you, because you were already dead. What about it? Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego lives on forever. That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne, a miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there's no escape from that, no hope at freedom, since the day you were executed. The narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you is burnt to a crisp. You're wrong! It can't be! How could I lose to the likes of you. It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to get out of Maya's body. Is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. Woo! Ah! I'm not doing all that.
That body's mine. Bitch.
I'm not ready. Not ready to go. Ooh.
Bye. Later, bitch.
Maya!
Real trial begins.
Nick, sis. She's just laying there. What the fuck? Come on, guys. Oh no, Maya collapsed.
What kind of later Maya collapsed?
Now then, I assume you are the real Iris. Yes, I was just rescued from the sacred cavern. I must say, you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Emiya, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne? If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she went back to the hell she came from. It seems that Misty Fey wasn't the only victim in this crime. Miss Maya Fey, as well as the young Pearl Fey, were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan. Yes, Your Honor. The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again. Your Honor? Yes, what is it? About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now. Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticized me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on Korean channeling technique. Hey, isn't that the New Year's issue of Occult? I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench, and all that time I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different and takes place in its own world, if you will, in order to fully understand that world. First, we have to immerse ourselves in it completely, and that's where my brother and I used to differ. Never thought of it that way. At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple. Objection! No, come on, it was almost over. You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor. What do you mean by that, Mr. Emiya? This trial isn't over yet. That's what he means.
Trial, tribulation.
What? Trite. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony? Huh? Dahlia's testimony? I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... It's strange, but I don't have any clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone. Yes, that's right. The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium who channeled Dahlia. Elizy Dunham. No, Misty Fey. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it.
Here we go.
Ismanir, what the fuck? Sorry, picking at my lip. Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. We can't let her walk until there's evidence that proves her innocence. No way. But the court isn't prepared for any further testimony. The prosecution is ready to call our final witness. Final witness? This one will clear up the whole mystery. Mystery of who killed Misty Faye. Indeed. Is it really alright, Mr. Prosecutor? Of course it's alright, Madame Attorney. Very well then. Who is this final witness? Ha! Isn't it obvious? There's only one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case. Oh, we're gonna put Maya on trial? This is like the first time that I think Maya's ever testified. The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. You mean Maya? You can't. She can't testify after what she's just been through. We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand. Very well. But first, we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial. I don't know, Owl. I really don't. Hey, Wright, I've got something to say to you, so listen up. What is it? I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a feint of understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you. You've got some nerve. But that's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself. That's enough. This court is now in recess.
Plenty of things that he didn't have Maya for. What pretty girl showed up for when she got kidnapped?
Franziska,
Oh yeah.
I'm
Fuck.
truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me, but I was missing all day and we didn't even have a chance to talk. She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places, and Iris is inside the sacred cavern. I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on. Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you, why did you help your sister out as much as you did? Huh? If you had tried to help at the sacred cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there. My sister, I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by her mother and never got any love from our father either. Yes, but it wasn't the same for you, was it? Or it was the same for you, wasn't it? Yes, but I had Sister Bikini, who was always like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her. Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago? Yes, I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But as usual, I was too cowardly. In the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister, Valerie, ended up. And that was the case that wounded Mia so badly. But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder. Some people, you must mean, yeah, 2 defense attorneys, Mia Faye and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth, Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You. That's right. Iris, there's one more thing I have to ask you. Yes, what is it? On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Eliza Dunham, was it really you? Yes, it was me. That night after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone. There's a problem. Come to the Inner Temple right away. I got on the snowmobile and headed for the Inner Temple, but path to the inner temple was cut off, right? Exactly. We can't just leave the body here. So you've got to do this exactly as I say, got it? Yeah, where are you laying? Right there? Okay. Okay. Yeah, the tracks. The tracks don't add up. There, I got Kiwi on my lap now. No, this is Kiwi, not Mavis. It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so it wouldn't bleed too much. The staff that mystical Lizzie always held. I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff. Yeah, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile. Oh, hi. You were so cute. But why? Why did you alter the body? I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with the shishito. Yeah, Mavis is the calico, Kiwi is the tortie. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to the ground. Left it next to her on the ground. Hi! Oh, you were so cute. She really is. Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it. I see. Defendant. Yes? The judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne. All right. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you. Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me? So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer, maybe even from the very beginning. Phoenix. Mia, how's Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely, but emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case. I see. You don't mean... She's learned who Eliza Dunham really was. Yes, I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew. But why? Maya is stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial is about to restart. The real killer, do you know who it is yet? Iris wouldn't tell me who called her. But still, I think it just maybe I know who it was. I don't. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the inner temple, and the criminal wasn't just there by accident, which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. And one more thing, the victim was moved to the Hazakura Temple side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the inner temple for almost an entire day. Exactly, so the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazakura Temple the following day. That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of this battle is yours to win or lose. Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Mia. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see anyway? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me, all by myself. Oh, she's hugging me. Oh, you are so cute. Here you are. Hey, babe. Alright, she's got my hand. To be continued? Oh, there's another part. Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the tests we had performed earlier. Tests? Yes, tests on the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree. Oh yeah, that! I totally forgot about it. That's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim. So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood or... Due to time constraints, a full test wasn't possible. However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on the dagger was not the victim's blood. That is all. Now then, let's restart this trial. So it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. Then whose was it? I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show firm evidence with their claims. I understand, Your Honor. From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking, so let's finish this up quickly. Agreed. Sorry, babe. I need my hand back. Very well. Please bring in the last witness. Maya, I missed you so much. Witness, please tell us your name and profession. Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Co. Law Offices. Maya. According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the Korean channeling technique. I'm frightened. The Fey clan, I don't want any more to do with it. Oh, Maya. The pain the Fey bloodline causes must be unbearable. Very well. Now then, Miss Fey. When the event occurred, you were in the garden of the inner temple, and you witnessed the moment of Miss Eliza Dunham's murder. Is that correct? I didn't see anything. Straighten up this instant, young lady. Huh? Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later. But Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witness come out, and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Witness, if you please. Yes, Your Honor. I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!" Then something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness. So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been the staff. Maya, the person who hit you, it was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was. Maya, think hard. Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't. Ha! Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be rocking around alone. Seems that it will be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Allow us to go along with this. Please. It's been a while since I made that joke. Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all. Oh, I don't want to scream hold it at her. This is so mean. Who else was on the inner temple side that night? Well, Sister Bikini, of course, but I remember her saying that Iris would be coming later as well. On the day after the incident, Edgeworth had met Bikini at Hazakura Temple. That means she couldn't be the criminal. So then, did Iris actually come later like she said? Well, let me think. She seems confused. It's probably because she's so tired. No, I'm sure I didn't see her. She must have come while I was prepping for the training. You were such a cute little kitty. Yes, you are. Who did it? Who hit you? Well, I didn't see who it was. It was hit from behind. You didn't see the person? But after that, your attacker was in front of you. How could you not see who it was? Oh, let me think for a sec. I'm sorry, I just can't remember. Maya is really having a hard time. What should I do? We gotta press her harder. I don't want to do it to her, but we gotta. Come on, Maya. This isn't making sense. Why didn't you see this person? Well, let me think. It was, oh yeah, that's right. It was dark, that's it. It was dark? It's not good to have too much light around when someone is undergoing spiritual training. Come to think of it, there was earlier testimony to that effect as well. So it was dark in the garden on the night of the crime. Which is why she didn't see her attacker. I thought maybe she was trying to hide something, but I guess not. Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker was most likely the spirit that was channeled by Eliza Dunham, Dahlia Hawthorne. Very well, please continue with your testimony. What happened after you were struck on the head? What happened afterwards? My attacker was in front of me, blocking off my escape, I think. You think? After getting hit like that, I was in a state of panic. There were only two things rolling around in my mind at the time. Well now, this is beginning to get interesting. So what were those two things rolling around in your mind? My name is Maya Fey. 1 + 1 = 2. You see, for some crazy reason, I was afraid I was going to lose my memory. I know it's odd considering my life was in danger, but that's how it was. Oh, Maya. That's not odd at all. Your actions are understandable given the circumstances. So, what did you do then? You think you screamed, but you're not sure. This is my water. Go get your own water. You know where your bowl is. But actually don't. Please don't leave me. I love you, Kiwi. You think you screamed, but you're not sure. Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, an adult, a child? Cats normally hate water? No. They hate being in water, but they still drink it. I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits. Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes. I soiled my armor. I was so scared. I thought this person might attack me, so anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought that it was my last hope. Wow, it sounds like poor little Maya was really out of her mind. But I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do I do? Do I press her? Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff? What? What do you mean by your last hope? No. That's what you said. You said my last hope. Huh? What? I said what? Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, help me. Yeah. But you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope. Oh, well, you know, that's like what you do, or what
Dude,
what do you
I just
call
had
it
a
when that
theory.
happens?
She screams Nick.
Maya's not doing so well up there.
And she
Oh,
doesn't want to say
yeah,
it because it's embarrassing.
Oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at. What did you just say? Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming to for help. Ah! What is it now? I messed up, didn't I? I didn't mean to let that slip out. Huh? I can make a Star Wars reference there. I made a Monty Python reference there. Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person? I am. Well, I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done? Ha! It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say. You should watch Monty Python. It's hysterical. Ton of pressure. You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber. Witness, the information you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony. No, not present. I wanted to press. Yeah, I can show it to you. A man. Who was this man? Well, you see, I couldn't see. You couldn't see? She's used this excuse twice now. Well, you know, lantern light isn't very bright. Lantern light, did you say? There's a great big stone lantern in the garden. They always light it when an acolyte is there for training. Ismanir, no! Hey, you know what they say, under the lantern darkness reigns, so I could see the person that was further away but not my attacker who was closer. Plus, there weren't any other light sources in the garden at that time. You don't mean, was it? I didn't know at the time, but I think it was probably blood. She's saying that that's when Miss Dunham, who was channeling Dahlia, was stabbed in the back by the killer. At that moment, I was paralyzed with fear. I'm sorry. Did I make you jolt? I don't know, but you just elbowed me in my crotch, so thanks. Oh, you're just gonna sit right there? Okay. That's fine. I appreciate you, Kiwi. I was just sitting there in the snow. I'm sure blood got on everything around me. Oh, you're so cute. Got nothing down there, though? It still hurts when she elbows my bone. I still have a pelvic bone, you know, and when she elbows it, it fucking hurts. Yee. She's elbowing me. Oh, she seems very interested in whatever you're doing over there. I know. So what happened next? I don't remember. How are you saved? You don't even remember that? No, I haven't got any idea. I really don't know what happened at all. That's too bad. I've worked side by side with Maya for 2 years now. I can tell when she's trying to hide something by how she acts. And right now, I'm absolutely certain she's hiding something. So there was a man standing behind your attacker. Yeah. That man. He's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Eliza Dunham, otherwise known as Misty Fey, your mother. The killer? Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? To be frank, Your Honor, you're not Frank, you're Phoenix. I think she's is in shock and quite confused. What are you looking at me for? That's why she hasn't noticed the huge problem with her testimony. Huh? What do you mean? What problem? Maya, on the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission. Huh? What? Hi! Hi! What you sniffing? It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night. Speaking of sniffing, okay, ma. Okay, so I went to check on Monty today, right? Because that's what I do. And I pulled him out, and I noticed that he looked a little dimmer than usual. And I was like, nah, there's no way you're going into shed. So I pulled him out, and what do you know? He's in blue. He's going into shed, and he hasn't eaten in 2 months. I'm like, huh? So yeah, Monty's going into shed even though he hasn't eaten in 2 months. Me either. Oh, my back. There's no light anywhere in the garden that night. No! Order in the court. Mr. Emiya, explain this. He a nervous shedder. No, he's not a nervous shedder. Stop! If you want to go, just go, Kiwi. Add the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee. Stir. And that is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of cafe au lait. Oh, she was just like lip smacking and trying to get Kiwi's attention. Hi. Hi. She's giving mommy kisses. Cafe au lait? Is that even legal? Mr. Trite's words are the milk and you are the spoon. Your Honor. We won't see Monty for a while. I mean, I can bring him out. Just not right now because he's in shed. You're not really supposed to hold them while they're in shed, but I didn't know when I was pulling him out that he was shedding. What are you sniffing? She was sniffing the couch and then she had the spunky you sniffing ass dog face. It was amazing. Oh, she's doing it again! Yo, Spunky, you sniffing ass dog! You're such a funny cat. Nope, not this way, not this way. You gotta go this way. There you go. Oh, I'm a spoon? I'm no spoony bard, I'll have you know. You must have noticed too, Trite. The witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that. Sorry, but that's not going to cut it. What did you say? If there truly was no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony. Nick? May I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, adult or child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker. She quite clearly described him as a man. It was Larry! I don't know. I don't know who it could be. In other
Can
words,
help you?
no.
Wait,
Nope. Don't say a
No.
word. Don't say
Okay,
a
I have
word.
question. Is it asking for what?
No, it's not asking for anything right now. I was just looking.
Oh,
That would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person, despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker. No! Order. What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch black conditions? Trite, do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There was no other light source at the scene. There are some things you can only see in the dark, Mr. Emiya. Yeah, I still think it's worth having the cat reward. You redeem it, and I go grab a cat. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark, and
I would
now
lower that one though.
you're trying to cover for him. Cover for the man that killed her mother? Yeah, you see my gears working. There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is. Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you. Ha! You talk good game, Trite, but let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so what could the witness see? I'm just gonna save in case I'm wrong. I'm calling your bluff. No, Nick, don't! Please, stop! Maya is dead set on protecting this guy, man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. Yeah, he did try to cross the bridge and fall, yeah. I'm a lawyer. I'm a lawyer. Officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth. Alright, Mr. Wright. Time to show us what you got. Who was this person that you say Miss Faye saw in the darkness? I'm saying it's Godot. Yeah, looks like I was right. Because it was
Mhm.
pitch black, Miss Fay was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this was possible, yes? What? But how do you propose to show us something like that? It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night. Conditions? Your Honor, please turn off the lights. What? What? This is. It can't be. Ha. That was a nice bit of deduction, Mr. Wright. Or sorry, Trite. Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder. Order, order. Prosecutor Emiya, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. I'm not, Your Honor. Stop calling me Shirley. Why aren't you denying it? Ha! Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. What do you mean by that? If you got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? Was it 3 glowing red lights? Well, witness, answer the question. You're wrong. I never saw that. Maya! I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man for a totally different reason. What? Witness, Mr. Wright, what the? Stop your chattering, Your Honor. Chattering? If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. No, that's wrong. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man. Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but... Okay. When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit, and the body was gone, and all the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up, too. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man. That's kind of sexist, isn't it? So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to
Bruh.
thinking the killer was a
Bro,
man.
did you really just say? Really? Is it the time?
Yes? That's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor. No need to apologize. It's as Mr. Emius said, you're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. I have to do this again? But look at her, she's so sad. So you lost consciousness when you were in the garden, is that right? Yes, I think. I think it happened when the victim was stabbed. So the person that carried you into the inner temple could only have been the killer. Oh my god, it was Shelly D. Killer!
Okay.
That's what I think too. So the killer carried Maya into the inner temple.
Wish.
Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something the killer desperately wanted to hide. I don't know. Looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. I think I need to gather some more information before I ask her again. The torches were lit. Yes, that's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed. I'm going to say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it have been? The killer probably lit them since it'd be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body? That's true. It's hard to see how that would have been any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya. Very well. Let me hear more about the condition of the crime scene. Hi, Kiwi! Hi, baby! So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd. The snow was removed in a natural-looking rectangular shape around the lantern. There was a lot of shovels around the inner temple, but they're all really heavy. Way too heavy for me to use. Sorry, Owl, I don't exactly know what you just said there. Oh. No, I still don't get it. Yeah, I get that he has a headache. Oh, might not talk much. Okay, I got it. I get it. I got it. I got it. I understand. I'm picking up what you're putting down. All right. I get it. No problems, Owl. And an odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take the snow away? Well, there's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say that a lot of victims' blood sprayed onto the snow? Yeah. The area collapsed and ended up being splattered. In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation. Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it, there was no need to remove that amount. That's true. He could have just scooped up the snow that was stained with blood. It looks like there's some mysteries beyond this issue, but I think this will help explain them. So you're saying that you never saw the killer, right? Yes, but earlier you very clearly stated that you saw a man behind your attacker. Nick, I'm sorry. The killer certainly went through a lot of trouble, moving the body by the pendulum, manipulating the crime scene, but for what purpose? Why do all that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. Mavis! The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something. You did? Yes, I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me, for my sake. What? Hiding it for you? Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. Maui.
Maui.
She will rule the world. Hi! Hello, Kiwi! Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden, she may have thought that you had done it. No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened. Yeah, I'm sure of it. Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I just want you to add that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. They did it for your sake? It was Nick all along! Well, if the body and the blood hadn't been removed, I would have immediately been the prime suspect, right? Yes, I suppose that's true. Yeah, and if that happened, the body would have caused some other problems too. If her real identity had come out right then, it would have been terrible. Master of Karain killed by her own daughter. I don't think Maya would have been able to handle it. But still, it's rather difficult to fathom the killer's motives. What reason is there to go through that much trouble to protect you? Any hints here, Figgy? Really? The statue? I mean, I guess it makes sense. The body of Eliza Dunham was carried all the way to Hazakura Temple's courtyard. Then at the garden, the real scene of the crime, the snow that we suspect that was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh, and what would that be? Yeah, that's true. That's true. You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Emiya. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on a white stone lantern. Maya. Ah. The killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe off the writing from the lantern? You're right! But, Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer is trying to cover up the crime scene? Indeed, but it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow, then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing. And only Cyclops Emiya can't see red. But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body and remove all that snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern? Stop it, Fig! I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it. The killer is red colorblind! Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern? Burn him at the stake! Hi, baby. You were so cute. Okay, sorry, I had to pet my cat. Prosecutor Emiya, earlier in this trial you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that the crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it. But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that. You're right. There's no way any normal person would. What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? I don't want to play them on Android. I want to play them on my 3DS. Normal, that's very ableist, Maya. Ah! There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether. No. No spoilers. And who would that be? Who's the person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing? Emiya, because he did that earlier in the trial. Hey, welcome back, Bogus. Ah. Mr. Emiya, this is what you said yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. Who's the killer? We're still finding it out. You missed everything with Dahlia Hawthorne, by the way. She was inside Maya's body all along. You can't see everything? Is that correct, Mr. Emiya? This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented. Go back and watch the VOD. Don't worry about it. This lantern there's something written on it. Why, it's written in blood. Huh, nonsense. This lantern is as clean as a whistle. Mr. Emiya, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before, during the poisoning case at Tribulations. Ah, the apron is the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time. Some must put coffee on. It really is. Something bothering me, Mr. Godot. Or Emiya, why have you not explained the bloodstain of the court? Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be? Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood color stain that's smeared all over the apron. That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain.
Godot cannot play the Phoenix attorney game. All the important hints are in the color red. What a complete and utter tragedy.
You would see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red. Ha! Strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them? So then, Mr. Emiya, are you admitting it to it? You admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern? There we go. Hey, Gramps, didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea, because it would just look like water. Wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Emiya is the murderer, but there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth.
I don't drink red tea because that shit is disgusting.
Mr. Emiya, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Eliza Dunham, also known as Miss Misty Fey. It's hard to believe this may be true. However, once again, Mr. Red has brought up a disquieting fact about you. Ha! Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on. How does a little graffiti make me into the killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there.
Star.
Yes. What?
Indictment.
Indictment. I don't know how to read. Kiwi, do you know how to read? She doesn't know how to read either. I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red.
Red tea is the best shit ever, but you're too EU to understand Fig.
We're gonna have a bit war now. This is rich. Do go on, Trite. The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow. The snow, how so? Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If holy shit! If he wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not take out just that area? Yes, why didn't he take out just that area? Ah, could it be because he couldn't see? What the fuck is happening? A lot of shit is happening. The killer couldn't see the red blood.
Jasmine tea is the only acceptable kind of herbal tea to drink, Mr. Bogus. Seems like your taste is the real victim in this case.
What the fuck? The killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow, and so he had to remove all of the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area. Barbecue ribs, that sounds so yummy right now. Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? No, because the torches were lighted. Not a chance. The torches were all lit. Yeah, he would have been able to see just fine. It seems that once again this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Emiya? Wait just a minute. Maya! What is it, witness? Mr. Emiya, isn't the killer... After all, he didn't even come to the inner temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after that old bridge got fixed up. Maya. You can't testify to something like that. Why? What do you mean? Eek! After the murder happened, you didn't even exist. She didn't? I'm afraid I don't follow. Are you senile, old man? We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, that's right. Please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me. Maya, do you plan to cover up for Emiya no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Ha! Nicely done, Trite. Of course, anything for waifu. Very well, let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the inner temple after the murder. Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling, and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearly was there at the inner temple, too. Ooh. Little Pearly was there. Pearly was also stuck on the inner temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Emiya arrived at the inner temple for the first time. He found Pearly first and cheered her right up. Who's this Pearly? That's my little cousin, Pearl Faye. So when did you hear about this? Oh, just a while ago when I was in the medical office. I'm terribly sorry, but what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as a testimony. What? Come on! Pearly would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be. Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath. Ha! The prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness. Mr. Emiya, let's move on to the cross-examination, if the defense has no objections. This is highly unusual, but, well, Mr. Wright, let's get this cross-examination started. So where did you think Pearl slept that night? In the spare prep room next to the training hall, I guess. There's a rule that you can't enter the training hall during an acolyte's training. But even so, why did she go to the inner temple in the first place? It seems that Pearls became very worried about Maya. She knew that spiritual training...
Jasmine tea is a fake tea made for people who like to drink trash water. Also, don't call me Mr. That's rude.
Alright, they're literally having a bit war in chat. She knew that the spiritual training... Who is Pearl channeling? She knew that the spiritual training I was about to undergo was very intense. Someone's getting rich here, lol. Yeah, you think one bit is gonna make me rich. Lamau. No, I'm kidding. Pearls was supposed to channel Dahlia Hawthorne, but she couldn't do it. That's why she headed to the inner temple. However, Dahlia Hawthorne was already there, possessing the body of Eliza Dunham. She searched the entire inner temple side, end to end. Well, I'm being grateful. Ah, gotcha. Okay. Well, you see, Pearly gets pretty scared when she's alone, and there weren't that many places to look. She says that she even went back and forth several times. The inner temple side has two structures, the training hall and the spare prep room. And there's also a storage shack, I think. That's about it. There's a storage shack, too. Pearls was looking for other people, right? Would she have really examined a storage shack all that carefully? Well, if it was me, that would be the first place I would investigate. So that means it's possible that someone may have been hiding in the storage shack. Pearls didn't hear the sound of them working on the bridge. What do you mean? I was just wondering why she would stay in the prep room. If it was me, I'd at least go out and wait at the foot of the bridge. Oh, well, Pearly said she was sleeping at the time. She said she was so scared during the night that she couldn't sleep well and woke up a bunch of times. Poor little girl, all alone like that. Well, we know that she had at least one friend in the Sacred Cavern, Dahlia Hawthorne, who was busy battling with the trick lock. She couldn't let anyone see her, so she wouldn't have shown herself to Pearls. What happened after the bridge was finally fixed? So it was your first time on the Inner Temple side, Mr. Emiya. That's funny. Am I imagining things, or did the defense ask me a question? Ow, I bit my tongue. Mr. Wright, please save your questions for the witness. No. What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as a testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor. Touché, Mr. Wright. Oh well. What do you have to say, Mr. Emiya? Hot nights and even hotter coffee. That's what I always say. If I hadn't been for this case, I never would have visited there. A freezing cold temple in the mountains. I think I'll pass. So you had never visited Hazakura Temple or the Inner Temple, huh?
I'm from India, the home of the best tea in the world. We know what and what isn't trash water. You're better off putting red color in water and drinking that. Bogus. The taste is the same.
Ha, you want to say something trite? In any case, I have to find a crack in Emiya's armor. While I cross-examine Maya, that is. After fixing the bridge, the policeman came over the Inner Temple side, right? Yeah, then Mr. Emiya. He cheered her up. That's what Pearlie said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Emiya. And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict. Ha! Cut it out, you're making me blush. This guy really is beginning to get on my nerves, in more ways than one. The truth is, there aren't that many places to look in the Inner Temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-tooth combed. So I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way. Emiya style. I'm the same way. I like to hand down verdicts my own way, judge style. Maybe I should ask some questions, Phoenix style. You said that you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything? It looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Trite. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern. Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. The other thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall. Beauty? Misty Faye, naturally, clad in her stunning Japanese garb surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Western tastes? Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy? So from there, you headed for the prep room. Wait a sec. What did Emiya say just now? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Emiya when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the Inner Temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Eliza Dunham. Yeah, they both like Fae girls, yep. Why do I have a ping? Who's pinging me? It's Nick's chat. Present hanging scroll on the fourth statement. 3, 4. I guess that makes sense. Mr. Emiya, first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the Inner Temple was long before the murder took place. Why did you say that? Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall. Hanging scroll? But Mr. Emmy is right. The scroll shows a picture of my mother. Maya, I know you know who it is, but there's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired 2 days after the murder...
Bet red color in water tastes way better than a fake tea. But sometimes you can't just keep arguing with someone who doesn't appreciate the real tea.
The word fatal slip up was in red, so good I didn't hear it. The hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. What is that wonderfully delicious smell? The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy. Gravy? But why gravy, Nick? Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit.
Jasmine tea literally comes from the place that invented tea. Wouldn't expect tea plebeians to understand smiley face.
Well, Mr. Emiya, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have any way of knowing that it was Misty Faye. Wait a minute, Nick. Yes? Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look, at the top. There's a crest there. Ah, that. It's the mark of the master, correct? Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark, and you could guess that it was a picture of Misty Faye on there. Bogus and I are NPCs in the chat. Characters are falling apart, and we're talking about tea. And you're doing it with bits, which makes it even better because I'm going to include it in the highlights. So please keep going. The world is about to become unglued due to a meteorite strike, and we're talking about tea. I want to include the argument in the highlights, so please keep using bits. It's true, but Mr. Emmy described what was underneath like this, clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Oh. Yes, but it's possible he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Emiya, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the Inner Temple long before the crime took place. Can I ask you one little thing, Trite? What is it? This whole theory of yours, it all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed. That's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene. Of course, Mr. Emiya knew about the plan. Huh? What did you say? Oh no.
I'm a lawyer.
I'm a lawyer. Fuck it, I'm doing it. I'm a lawyer.
Most important trial of your life. I'm a lawyer.
I'm a lawyer.
Fucking whack.
Oh, he threw the coffee at me.
Was that actually the thing you were supposed to do?
I'll give you just one more chance. Yeah, let me fucking save this time. Okay, alright, okay. You've been hit by, you've been struck by, truck. Coffee! Okay, how did he know? How did he know? Was it the burnt letter? I'm gonna say it was the burnt letter. Oh, it was! Oh my god, I was right. This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored a plan for her daughter's future, and the instructions were hidden somewhere in the Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed. Take my coffee with moo moo milk. Unsealed? Yes. The killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple. And you still insist this crafty killer is me? You bet your booty I do. But you just said the instructions were hidden. That's right. Mr. Emmy couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden. If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out. Yes, and when was that? During a visit. Yeah, Maya's back. Yay! A visit. Yeah, she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne the whole time. Yay! Dahlia Hawthorne is a evil person. A demon, if you will. Demon probably might be a... I don't
Whore.
know. No, that's not like the best term to use for her, because she's like eviler than a demon. Morgan Fay told her daughter Pearl about where the instructions were hidden during one of her visits to the detention center. Alright, Bogus. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden. Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center! Yes, it could have been arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Emiya. Ho ho! Order! Order! Mr. Emiya, you're under fire again! This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge, and you were the only one who could have acquired this information before the murder. Humans are afraid of the dark, and yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee. Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean? It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the inner temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of that just to protect this witness. Yes, that's right. Ooh. If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. That's wrong. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. That's where you're wrong, kiddo. I am what you see.
He's older than you.
No, we don't know if he's older than me.
Yes, we do.
No, he's age question mark question mark.
No, he was.
No,
our...
stop.
You know who this is.
Stop. No,
You know
stop.
who this
Matt,
is. So
stop.
you should
Shut
know.
up. Matt, shh.
I'm gonna fucking freak my shit out, actually.
Because you are Armando Frappier thing.
He's way older than him.
I am what you see. I am certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress. The killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, his behavior is still a little too unnatural. Armadillo lawyer, there we go.
Did you really pronounce armadillo wrong?
Yes?
Did you actually do that?
However, you had a good reason to, didn't you, Mr. Emiya? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs. I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick? I'm a dildo.
Armadillo.
Maya, I guess you were doing your best to cover for Emiya for that same reason, huh? Don't worry, I got this. I won't fuck it up this time, I promise. Okay, Trite, I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Fate is a lot more than just a stranger to you. Guess I will save just in case. What is this? There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. Ooh.
Mia.
No, she's not his daughter. Stop that. It's a very good reason why Maya Faye's life is so precious to you. After all, she's Mia Faye's only sister. Mia Faye. You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney. Wait a second here. Mr. Emiya is a defense attorney? With your honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Emiya, his real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right? His name is Shiro! Last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago. Diego Armando. That name rings a bell. No, I'm not killing you. It should, Your Honor. All of this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court, the tragic outcome left a deep wound on her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise, but in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her, Diego Armando, senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked. It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself. Mia, you can't cry yet. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients, that pure, sweet heart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria. Ah, I just remembered. 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned. Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee. Some newspapers at the time called it a murder, but very little information about the case was revealed to the press. But you weren't dead at all. No official reports actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma. I see. My body shut down and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight, and all my hair turned white due to the damage it caused. It's terrible. Apparently it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poison brew. Then one morning my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee. 5 years? You were asleep for 5 years? And the worst possible news was waiting for me.
Coffee woke him up? What the fuck? Man, they
Fey
could have
was
woken
dead.
up so much sooner.
From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered, and the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death. The woman you loathed? The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee. Scalding. Dahlia Hawthorne. Ha. Good old Mia, she didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up. That's so sad. For someone like me, for someone who had slept away their best days, there are only 2 reasons left to live, and it was for those reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live? First was you, trite. Huh? Me? If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey never would have died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her, but you let her die. It was all your fault. It wasn't like that. I wanted to see for myself what kind of a man you really were. So that's why you became a prosecutor? My other reason for living, she goes by the name of Maya Fey. You mean me? You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Corain Village Institute was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her. That's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center. I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it. That makes sense. If Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out. Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both my accomplices. Iris of Hazakura Temple and Misty Faye. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case I couldn't control Pearl Faye. But how did you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years. Officially, yes. What? What do you mean officially? You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government? Now that you mention it, Makini did say something to that effect. She said that the Master of Crane had great authority. Even without her official position, Misty Faye still wielded great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her, again because of my position as a prosecutor. So my mother was cooperating with you? Don't ever forget. No matter how far from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you. She was always... That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve was to protect you, look at her staff. Her staff, the one with the sword in it? The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time in Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Faye if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price. Mother. Oh, my laptop's fully charged. Hold on a second. The coffee channeled his own spirit. That's what happened. Okay. I need to go get a snack once this is all done. I'm so hungry. Okay. That night, the night of the crime, there's just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. You mean Pearls, don't you? We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne. Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight? Well, if you'd like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together. We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up. She was worried and followed me to the inner temple. That was the thing we were most afraid of, and that's why Misty Faye had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body. What? What do you mean? If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself. As Master of Korean, Misty Faye's power was supreme, so that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Faye wouldn't be able to. Ah! Got your tail. Okay. What? Is this true? My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Faye. That's why I hid myself in the inner temple, just in case you needed to be saved from Dahlia Hawthorne. Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to. Trite. Huh? There's no doubt about it, you're a great defense attorney. But you're going to have to do the rest yourself. Background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Faye, and I'm sad to say, you, Mr. Emiya. Well, Trite, if you're the real deal. Is there a bad ending in this game or what? Then finish this thing up once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own. No, Nick, please don't. I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Emiya. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia, and me too. Maya, I know that. Nick. But even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify. Miss Faye, your testimony, please. This is the final testimony. The final one, thank God. Don't bother trying to hide anything because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips. I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick. Alright, young lady, tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder? Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights, 3 of them. I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness. These red lights. I thought you said you don't remember seeing them. I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden. Ha! Things break, right? Even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? Looks like you still can't prove it. Maya's telling the truth this time. I know it. The rest is up to me. Well then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness. Let's go!
You're gonna go have a nap as soon as this is over.
Alright guys, I'm actually gonna go to the bathroom. We've been live for 4 hours. I think we'll take like a short break. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, maybe get a snack. I'm starving. So I'm gonna leave you guys here for a sec. Yeah, I'll be right back, guys. Alright, guys, I'm ending it here. No, I'm kidding.
Wow.
Wow.
What a loser.
What a complete loser, dude.
A Weasley little loser.
Wow.
You think you can get away from your viewers? How dare you?
No, I think I can get away from this stupid fucking trial. No, I'm kidding.
It's actually a pretty cool trial.
Mm-hmm. It's a pretty good trial. Bless you, Huey. I love it when my cat sneezes because she just sounds like a little puff of air. Ah, that's good. That's good.
I feel like you're gonna have a nap as soon as you're done this.
No, I said I was gonna binge the second season when I'm done this. Thank you, Owl. Streamer Sand needs food too, you know? So, I got some pretzels. This bag of pretzels. Hi, Kiwi. Alright. You're gonna finish this little handful of pretzels and we'll go back to the game. Pretzels. I'm eating pretzels. Okay. Okay. Lights shining in the dark. I don't think you can make a mistake about that. Yeah, you're right. I think I saw them, but I can't say for certain. And I can't tell you for sure they were from Mr. Emiya's mask either. I don't get the feeling she's covering for him anymore, but just after that, you turned towards the light and called for help. Isn't that because you thought the lights were coming from Mr. Emiya's mask? Yeah, I guess so. Maybe that's what I was thinking at the time, but I can't remember. After all, there was a person I couldn't identify in front of me. Maya's life was in terrible danger at that time. There's no way she can remember the details of the scene perfectly. Alright then, let's go on with the testimony. What did you do when you saw the red lights? That blood, was it Dahlia Hawthorne's blood? I think so, probably, just at the moment. I heard a soft scream that seemed to be close by. It was a woman's voice. So that was when the killer stabbed the victim from behind with the murder weapon. Is that right? Without a doubt, Maya was in the middle of a really dangerous situation. Anyway, the victim was stabbed by the murder weapon. What happened after that? Struck back? How do you know that? Well, you're right, I didn't see it exactly, but I could tell by the sounds of their breathing and movement, and also the smell of blood. You have witnessed more horror than any young lady should have to in one life, so then what did you do at that point? I couldn't move. I could just barely make out their shadows moving in the dark, but I had no idea what to do. Could you still see the red lights you mentioned earlier? Yes, I think so, but They went out. Yes, suddenly I couldn't see them at all. Well, what could it mean? If the red lights were coming from Emiya's mask and they went out right in the middle of a fight, maybe the mask was damaged, or maybe it was knocked off, or maybe the batteries ran out. Right, Trite? Maybe
God
those little
damn
red
it.
pinhead-looking lights just stopped working. What could have really happened then? What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out? Yes, that's right. The scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice. What? So then that scream came from the killer? That's gotta be it. I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it. And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh? After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems to make sense to me. It sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder. The blade didn't have his blood on it, though, did it not? Actual weapon used to murder the victim. Yeah, it doesn't have his blood on it, I don't think. Sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction. That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct. Remember the testimony she just gave. Before the killer let out a scream, Maya said she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim. Is that right? She couldn't have struck back with the sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out that scream must have been something other than the staff. Okay, so that's the unidentified blood. If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Trite. There's only one thing I can think of, and that could be the... Oh, if Dahlia Hawthorne had been stabbed in the back by the staff, what could she have used to strike back at the killer? Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime. Oh, that's right, I forgot about that. This dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck into a pine tree. Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me. Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well. Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim. No. Have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body. So you're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer? Exactly. A DNA analysis of the blood will prove beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Emiya, it would prove that it's your blood. Emiya, get naked. Nice theory, Trite. Order in the court. Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test. Ha! Let me ask you something, Trite. Let's just say that it turned out I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? What? Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought it to me. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom. Yes, what does that prove? Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it. It can't be. In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Trite. That blood doesn't belong to me. Not a chance. What? In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. Alright then, witness, continue with your testimony. Wait a minute. Ooh, Maya, what you got? What's the problem? I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation. Maya? this dagger, you said that it wounded the killer. That's right. But, if Mr. Emiya really had been cut with the dagger, his clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them, right? Maya? Maybe he just changed his clothes? That solves this contradiction pretty easily. What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Maya, didn't you know that everyone just has a closet of the same articles of clothing that they wear every day? Yeah, they got like 50 outfits that are exactly the same. Remember back to the day of the murder, everyone that was on the inner temple side got trapped there. Oh shit, she's right actually. Once the bridge was fixed, the police headed for the inner temple. Mr. Emiya was already there, waiting for them. It's under the mask. Star does every day with the Nagito shirt. Hey! It just happens to be on the top of my dresser every time it's washed, so I just pick it back up and wear it again, okay? I like the Nagito shirt. I think I know where it is. I know where the cut is. He never had a chance to change his clothes. Ack! Order in the court. Oh, okay. Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him. But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone brought a change of clothes? Did the judge take smart pills during the last recess? You have 50 of those and one shiny Umbreon shirt. This is true. Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before committed the murder. That way he wouldn't get any blood on him. It was super cold. That's impossible, Trite. You know how cold it gets up there. You know how cold it gets up there late at night. After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. Ah! Ha. So that's all you've got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Right now. If Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already. If Mia Fey were here. So come on, Trite, can you do it or not? I can. I know where it is. How about it, Mr. Wright? You accused Mr. Emiya of being the killer. But can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence? The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is, I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. Having 50 of your favorite shirts would be so funny. I know. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer.
Lawyer.
I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you want it. Ha! That's good. A fighter to the bitter end, Trite. Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't you go for it? Why don't we go for the unlimited penalty? Oh, for fuck's sake. Try to pressure me, Mr. Emiya, because it's working. Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need. Give me a break. You've got nothing, Trite. So what do I do at a time like this? I don't know. I just keep saving. It's simple. I've got to think outside the box and approach this from a different angle. Alright then, Mr. Wright, let's hear what you got. There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger. But we decided it was possible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been blood stain on his clothing. Haha, that's where you're wrong. There's one place the killer could have hidden his wound. What did you say? Hidden? This is it. My last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there were no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound. It's the end of the line, the final stop, Trite. Let's hear what you got. Where's this location where you say the killer hid his wound? How am I... What? What? How am I supposed to prove it? No, 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 don't tell me. Let me figure it out. Let me figure it out.
No idea, but can I guess?
Sure, go ahead.
His face. I really don't know, but the goggles would cover that, wouldn't it?
I'm so confused.
Like a cut on his cheek or something?
Yeah, I was thinking like maybe right up here where the goggles would cover it.
That's the only place I could think of.
No, 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 I want to try to figure it out.
I think it's his goggles, but
Yeah, but how would we prove that?
take the fuck off. Take the goggles off.
Need help? No, let me figure it out.
Then they would tell him to take the goggles off.
Yes, but what do I present?
His fucking profile, probably. I don't know. I'm not even helping. I'm just suggesting. I have no fucking idea. The only thing I know about this was he was the killer.
Yes, tell me if I'm wrong or not. I'm right? Okay, Matt's right, apparently.
Actually,
No, no, I don't. Ha! I don't know what you're thinking about, or talking about, and frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Trait? Ooh! I saw that. What was that just now? Mia. It can't be. You're living on through him. Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. It's beneath your mask. Oh, that's so cool! Oh, that was so cool! During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Emiya, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved.
see, I did not know I was right. I'm just saying I had no idea.
You're just smarter than me, apparently.
It's the only place that he would have been able to hide it.
Shh. Shh, shh, shh. Just now, I saw her spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought, Mr. Emiya. But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive was me. Yeah! You, yourself? I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. Couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. But you saved Maya! Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway. What do you mean? Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, then there's one person that I should have gone and talked to right away. Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick? But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother, but I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason? No, why? I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all. Huh? I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. It was a stupid plan on everyone's part, really. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia, nothing more. All of them, dumbasses. That's why I let you walk right into a situation I knew was dangerous. Forgive me. You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya. So did you, Trite. Remember when you ran over that burning bridge? Was it really for Maya's sake? I'm not even sure. What do you mean by that? That night in the darkness of the garden when I saw her silhouette. Part of you must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye, or that even that little girl, but I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. You added too many S's to dumbasses there, Owl. I'm not,
Dumbass.
I'm
It's
not
a
sure
snake calling a
exactly what was
dumbass.
going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Faye, or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could it have been simply a desire for revenge? Revanche. And now, I don't have anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. A stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off, as a true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything. Mr. Emiya. I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando. Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me. Huh. Thanks. Your wound, it's bleeding. Ha! Did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears. Armando collapsed. Armadillo collapsed. Tears. Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment. Mr. Armando, you do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. Is it all over, guys? Are we finally done? This time, it really is all over, isn't it? Finally. I did it. I did it. The Megatama was the means by which all was revealed. 5 months we've been playing Ace Attorney and it's finally over.
Until you start the next ones.
Finally over.
Until it starts the next ones.
Great. Great, thanks for the series. I'm gonna die now. No, Owl, we have more. We have more games to play.
Chat. Spam it with me.
What are we spamming? This time, it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant. Yes, Your Honor. Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body in the crime scene is a serious offense in itself.
SMT 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 SMT.
Monster cares.
One more god rejected. I.
One more god rejected. I. Tampering with the body. Oh, I read that one. I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained.
I'm the bug inside you.
Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk and I willingly cooperated anyway. Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say? Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you. Apologize to me? For what? For the case 5 years ago, of course. I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover? Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me.
Big mistake.
It's not all that surprising.
I just remembered. I'm not wearing any underwear.
You might want to fix that, Fig. The two of you hardly knew each other. Huh? What do you mean? You and my sister, you only met twice. Huh? We only met twice? The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courtroom. The next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine.
Oh,
And Doug Swallow was killed. No way.
Oh,
It
I
just,
get it.
it
She
can't be
was
true. I mean, during our whole relationship, we were... For those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister. It was me. It wasn't Dahlia. I hope one day you can forgive me. Feeny. Oh my god. You mean... That's right. Meow, that's right. I lied to you for 8 months. But why? Why would you do such a thing? Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't move about freely. So that's why you... My sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst. Prepared for the worst. She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. Discover the truth? She was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice. A moment's notice? You mean she was ready to kill me, don't you? She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance. And that's why you came to me? You came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place? But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about her plan for you that day. It was the first time that had ever happened. That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime and she would confer with you. I think she must have noticed. Noticed what? My feelings for you. If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her, even if it meant her life or mine. Iris, after spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings toward you, they changed. Sucks to suck. I like Maya now. I have something to say to you too.
Maya now, bro, bitch.
Yes.
Yes,
You
I
really are
know.
the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you. Thank you. He's got the better Fae girl now. Sucks to suck.
Man, he really likes to keep it in the family, doesn't he? It's 3, isn't it? Even though Dahlia doesn't count, but you know.
You do love Irish, though.
I don't think he does anymore. I
Grilled
love
cheese,
Irish.
Sammy?
I love Irish.
Yeah. Nothing
Not
too
Irish,
heavy.
Irish.
I mean, I am, but I'm eating pretzels. But if you're, I don't want you to cook something big and extravagant just for me and you.
Where did Aiden go?
No. But yeah, maybe like a couple of grilled cheeses and
Where did Aiden go?
Aiden's sick.
Well, yes, but is he not eating? That's my thing.
Just a couple of grilled cheeses will be fine.
I'm aware he's sick.
Got an Xbox. How could you, Flair?
Fire!
Mm-hmm. How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though, right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I ever had. Don't you think so, Phoenix Wright? Oh, that's
Right.
awesome! Oh, that's awesome! Yeah, I think you're right. Purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim, Eliza Dunham. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case. Shut up so I can read. I understand, Your Honor. Literally, stop trying to interrupt me while I'm reading.
My bro died.
It's my brother's, but he let me have it. I also have Minecraft World on that 1 2 since he moved. Oh, nice. Minecraft. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant not guilty. Court is now adjourned. Wait, no confetti? No confetti, court. So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended. Was justice really served? The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand. Yeah, I saw that. Congrats, Fig. Of course justice was served. Oh, Mia. Mia! I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando, a man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. You mean with that verdict? I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me. Mia, you've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. Mia, I'm sure we'll meet again someday, Phoenix.
Oh, so she's finally dead?
I've handled lots of cases and seen a lot of things. And along this journey, I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Maya! I miss you so much! Nick. Maya. I guess it's just like my sis said. Mia, what did she say? That night, when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end. But, come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you've done for us, Nick. Maya, how? How can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked. You even saw your mother murdered. Youch! Franziska, what are you doing here? Still as soft as always, Mr. or Phoenix,
we
right?
just left her like at the crime
Excellent
scene. We
work,
hadn't seen
Wright.
her since.
Huh, Mr. Edgeworth? When did you get back? Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Right! Edgeworth and Franziska have actually been helping me. Helping you? If these two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial, the defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Wow. But where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head. Oh, ouch. Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need some more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too, Franziska. I don't suppose there's room for me in this group hug, is there? Oh, Larry.
Damn,
What's
I
with
thought
the
this was Gumbershoot,
longer than usual
man.
face? I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone, not even once. Well, that's not true, right, Nick? What? You're asking me? Well, Nick, is it true? I got a place in this world, right? Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I was gone for good. No. Oh yeah, those portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? Me? Why are you making that face, huh, Edgy? Oh well, yes, indeed. I certainly can't say that they lack resemblance. Do you really mean it? What about you, Franzi? Did I draw you well too? Wow! My beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something.
He's like getting nicer. I like it.
So then you'll do it like you promised? You're going to model for my next picture book? Franzi's... Don't get carried away.
Whip tip.
Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. Painting of Pearl was pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Pearls? Where could she have gone? Normally she would have made a beeline for Maya. Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back. No, Maya, come back. Hey, Pearly. Right. No, I don't think I'm gonna do that right now, Owl. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you are wondering how Maya came to be so cheerful despite all that has happened. Yeah. To be honest, I can't understand it either. Franziska. That's right. She lost her father fairly recently as well. I don't know, Owl. I don't know if I will. I think I understand how she feels. Maya's a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can. What do you mean by now is exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone else who was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya is trying her best not to cry. Someone who's hurt more deeply than Maya? Edgeworth, I think I'm starting to understand too. Ow! Then tell me, Phoenix Wright. Who is Maya Fey being strong for? Ah. Ah, Mavis, that stinks. Ugh. Pearl Fey. Poor kid. After all, the reason she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Fae clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. Ah, it shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. I love that CG. It's adorable. But it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Faye's mother was killed and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. And that's exactly why Maya is putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake, until she can see her smile again. Hey, pal! Oh, hey, so this is where you all were. Wow, looks like we got quite the bunch here today. Ah! What was that for, sir? Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own. What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My salary's just gone down by a teeny weeny bit, but it's alright. I made reservations at a first-class French restaurant tonight. Ah! Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward. Detective Gumshoe, you said a first-class French restaurant. You don't mean Tribulations? No. Where else? I knew it. We're doomed. Come on, let's go. Everyone can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you, crybaby, you're invited too. Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser shack eating potatoes. You know, Maya is taking an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Couldn't find her, eh? Oh, Maya, what's wrong? Nick, what do I do? Pearly. I can't find her anywhere. Oh, I bet she just went back home. That's all. I thought so too. I called the village. No one has heard from her. This has never happened before. As I figured, she has been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya. But none of this was her fault. What should I do? Detective Gumshoe. There we go. Yeah, what is it, pal? Could you guys go on ahead? But what about you? Maya and I we'll join you guys once we find pearls. Nick! Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world. Yeah, but you're the... Ah! Very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead. Don't keep us waiting, right? Look at the smirk, bro. We won't. But where should we look? Where could Pearly have gone? Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that pearls might have gone to. Hazakura Temple. For pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started. What's this? You're all back again so soon. Sister Bikini. I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight. So she's here? Pearly is here? She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her? Okay. Oh, they cleaned up the scroll. Pearly's not here. Ah, Maya, the hanging scroll. Hey! Ah. Someone cleaned it off. It's got to be pearls. Ah! Mystic Maya! Pearly! Why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya!
You should get in contact, Pearls, with Mystic Messenger.
I swear that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother. That's why you came here. It's the least I can do to pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearly. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course, I'm sad that my mother is gone, but how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. We're not done yet, Owl. We're not. Save your thanks for the end, okay, buddy? We're not done yet. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here at all is thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. A lawyer only cries when it's all over. No, no, you don't have to do that, Owl. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya. I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty. Sister Bikini. Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of Karain, I don't have the right to face my daughter, but still, Maya is always in my thoughts. It's true, she'll always be with me until the day I die. Your spirit was with her, that's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets. Mavis, go bury that. That stinks. Don't look at me like that. She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die. That's the master's talisman. The thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. Wasn't it the container that was important? Rather, it was the it wasn't the container that was important. Rather, it was the contents. That's a photo? Ah. Mother. Not you. No, Mom, I'm reading the game out loud. I'm sorry. It's only... Okay, okay. It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is... Poor Mama Star. What makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. That's a real picture? Oh my god, that's so cute! I didn't know that was real! I thought it was fan art! Oh
they
my
broke
god!
it already.
Oh, that's so cute! Even when the battle is over and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother, too. I learned that from all of them. How many times has that darn thing been broken? Well, shall we get going? Everyone is waiting. Ah! This is a day to remember, a day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today. But I still can't. Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna make a brand new start too. And it's not over yet, it can still be yeeted! It can still be yeeted many more times. Alright, I'm gonna make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training, I promise. I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for the three of you when you come back. Wah ha ha, ho ho ho, ha ha ha. Alright, we're going to have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance. Okay, Mystic Maya, I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight. You know, there's one thing I don't get, and probably don't want to, but... What is it, Nick? Reservations for training is fine and all, but why for 3? Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time...
One of us.
Next time, you can train right alongside us. Huh? I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you. Huh? Huh? It'll be great, Nick. We're going to do the special course, naturally. Huh? 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 That's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right? No, but I will. I will run over a burning bridge for her. We'll have a nice big meal before we come next time, right, Nick? You know, I was wondering if I can say just one little thing. Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it. I'm getting goosebumps too.
She did not like the fact that I accidentally coughed back.
Wait, no, I didn't get to read what she said. No! I didn't get to read what he said.
I can tell you what she said.
Oh, please do.
Here goes nothing. And I think she screams objection.
No, he screamed objection. Well, as
She's
long as
saying
I'm not
stuff
locked
now.
up or captured or something like that. Wait, what did she say before that? I'm making a clip? Alright, thanks. So it's true, Mr. Nick really is Mystic Maya's knight in shining armor. He went through the special course all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's a legendary extra special ultra course here too. I think I'll surprise the two of them by making them a secret reservation. Give me 1 sec, Ismanir. There you go. Send it. Maggie brought.
Hold on,
Maggie
they
bought me
banging.
a brand new coat. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off. Yes, but somehow you just don't seem the same. That's so strange. I guess Dirty Shabby will... Oh, don't worry about it. In the name of love, a man will soil himself silly. Alright, I'll check it out after stream is Ismanir. Don't worry about it. Yep, this is the end. Mr. Wright, I am once again in your debt. Thanks to you, the Treasures of Crane exhibit was a great success. I've got to see Miss von Einsburn, who I hadn't seen for a year. She taught me how to use a whip and said that I must show you what I learned. No. Ooh! That's Maya's theme. Oh, it's Ron. Destiny and I started a company called Mask the Mask Consulting. We're dedicated to stopping the evil plans of all the criminals in the city. Our motto is, cut it out, please! Pretty cute, huh? Well, we also sell plans to the criminals as kind of a side business. I wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I think maybe we're just the worst criminals. Ron and Desi, though.
They're so cute.
They were adorable.
Sorry, high key. So cute. Oh.
I wanted to show my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating Don Tingray. So I lent him 500,000 and a tea set, a special thick tea. When I mixed with my own 2 hands, I bet he's drinking it now. Win through compromise. Hee hee hee. I gave her a mod voice. When I was doing her voice the first time, I was like, I don't know whose voice I'm giving her. And then it hit me. I was like, mod. Just old and in the way, a wrinkly, grumpy, clown-nosed waste of flesh. At least that's what I thought. My grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. Aw, talk about embarrassing. 69 years old and I cried like a baby with a dirty diaper. Aww. That's cute. As usual, you have an abundance of work to do. I've hired a new programmer to replace Glenn Elg. I do hope everyone will... Adam Mata. I knew I brain that. What is it with this company and hiring people who have palindromes for names? Glenn Elg, Adam Mata. My, and more reporters. Since the murder, we've made so much money, I hardly know what to do. I think the magazines like us because I provide such a nice visual, especially in spring. I can hardly wait for Iris to come back. Wahaha! Ho ho ho! Look at her fucking cheeks jiggle! Oh no, Ron's design was based on Yaoi Boys.
Oh, no.
But he has one of the hottest wives I've ever seen. You've returned in such a respectable young man, Feeny. So sweet of you and everyone else to come by and visit me the other day. Of course, I was happy you constantly had your eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed. Pearlie's like, "Psh, no! Not allowed to look at other females." Ooh. And the circus guy. Maximilian Galactica. Miles Chadworth. Or as I would call him, Tokiomi Chadworth. Oh, hello. Mia Fey. Oh, the hair flick, the hair flick. I love the hair flick. Emiya!
Blind Emiya. Coffee addicted Emiya.
At the end of the case, they were sharing a drink together. Von Einsberg. Fucking love Pain, dude. I don't like his hair. Rat-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta! What's this? I'm back from a long and tiring vacation and no one's here to greet me? I guess while I was gone, my little whippersnapper buddy quit and now I've got no one. Okay. Wait, do the rat-ta-ta. Now what am I gonna do with all these macadamia nuts I brought back for everyone? Poo. I can't accept these, I'm afraid. It's something painful, so fragile heart. Oh, what will I ever do to gentlemen like Friday? Rat-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta! I love the rat-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Larry. I finally found something I love to do. Franzie's whippity whip trip. I self-centered, lazy, antisocial. I'm an artist, a really good portrait artist. I'm not a loser after all. Good for you, Larry Butts. As they always say, when something smells, it's... Oh my god, Larry! I love it! Oh, when he drew... Oh!
What the fuck, is Godot dead?
Wow.
Wait, does that mean Godot's dead? I think it's just...
God damn. Okay. That is it for Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, the trilogy.
It's been a long time coming.
It's been a long time coming. 5 months. 5 whole fucking months.
5 months.
I started October 25th, 2021. 5 fucking months. We finally finished it, boys. Alright. Thoughts. I really liked it. I know I sounded disinterested at first. And it wasn't really till I watched the anime that I was like really getting into it. And now that I'm hyper fixating on it, I don't want it to end. But I said we were gonna play the trilogy, and we did. I really enjoyed the trilogy. I didn't really like the first game too much. The logic was kind of meh in that one, especially Case 3. I still do hate Case 3. But Justice for All and Trials and Tribulations, amazing games. I love them. They were really good. I'm gonna work at getting Apollo Justice, Dual Destiny, and Spirit of Justice. I think that's what it's called. I'm gonna work at getting those 3 on my 3DS, my modded one. We're gonna try to get them on my modded one so we can see if we can stream them. Because I do want to play those games. Our next Monday Friday game. Yes, I do want to play the Edgeworth spinoff as well. Yep. That one I can emulate. That one won't be too hard to emulate. Because getting a cartridge for it would just be too expensive. But I want to get the other 3 games before the eShop closes down. There we go. I know a bit of it. Yeah. Um. I really enjoyed the games. Thank you, Fig. Thank you, Owl, for recommending them to me. I really did enjoy them. The next Monday Friday game. Next Monday Friday game is going to be Monster Racers. Keep your eyes peeled for that one. I was waiting until I got like a big enough audience that were just, you know, here for me and not really the games I play, to show you guys this game because it's a really fun game from my childhood and I want to share it with you guys. So that's what we're going to be doing next. After that is going to be SMT and Persona. We're going to tackle the SMT Persona series. After that, we're probably doing Mystery Dungeon. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon I really want to do as well. And then after that, we're gonna be doing Ace Attorney. We're gonna be coming back to Ace Attorney. We're gonna be doing a bunch of other things first.
So fine.
But yeah, that's the plan, guys. Since you showed us the amazing series Danganronpa, yeah. I really like Ace Attorney. I really like it. Thank you guys for showing it to me. New hyperfixation. Sucks to be me. Yeah, yeah. Did I like it more than Danganronpa? No. Danganronpa will always hold a place in my heart, and you could tell because I'm still wearing the Nagito shirt. I know I'm a weeb. I didn't like it more than Danganronpa, but I still really did like it. It was a very, very good game. Favorite games. It was really good games. My favorite one, definitely Trials and Tribulations. That one was incredible. I loved every single case in there. Maybe the Tribulations case was a little meh, but every other case was incredible. You're playing, love you guys. There's no other place I'd rather be than with you guys. Yep. And, you know, no matter how many trials or tribulations we have to go through, we'll finish all these games. Don't worry about it. So I'll catch you guys tomorrow. What we're doing? No fucking clue. I still have to finish up the Last of Us video before we can start playing The Last of Us 2, so that won't be on the table for probably another week or so, because I'm procrastinating hard.
What a gamer.
What a gamer. I also got Red Dead we can play. I got other stuff. I want to do, yeah, the new Arceus update too. I want to do another art stream because the last one was really fun and I enjoyed it a lot. But yeah, that's it. That's Ace Attorney. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Cause I really did. Yeah. Friday we'll be starting this new game, Monster Racers. So I hope you guys are excited. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. I'm gonna see. Yeah, go write your scripts now. I'm gonna see if there's anyone I can raid. Let's see. Anyone online that I know? What? Okay, Smalland is playing Subnautica. Alright. No, I got no one to raid right now. And I don't really feel like looking for someone to raid, so got an idea for a book? Ooh, yes. Aiden will be streaming later, so gotta go check him out. He stayed home from school because he's a little sick. But if you stop by, you can if you stop by, you can hear what he sounds like after hitting puberty. Oh, and send you the safe stuff. Enjoy. All right, thanks, Owl. All right, I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.